on 11 Alive News Primetime, weeknights from 8 to 11 on WATF.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
We answer your coronavirus-related medical questions. Because 11 Alive is where Atlanta speaks.
Televised newscasts not enough for you? Get even more at 11 Alive's YouTube channel, where you'll find uncut interviews, extended body cam footage, live streams of Atlanta's biggest trials, and more. Subscribe to 11 Alive today.
In times of great uncertainty, some things become more clear. The things we take for granted, the people we depend on daily. Here at 11 Alive, we'd like to say thank you. First responders, medical staff, sanitation workers, truck drivers, postal workers, and every brave Georgian doing their part to make a difference. We see you, we hear you, and we appreciate all that you do.
Let's start with a viral message going around. Quote, vast majority of people who died had ibuprofen Advil in their system. This message is fake.
We just bought 20 dust masks for $97.
Are you doing this to help people, or are you doing this to make money, or both?
Both. Take this email sent to the Verify team. Is it safe to have your house cleaned by outside workers? The best practice is to limit guests to emergencies only.
We know things are changing every day, but we're here with you. Continuous COVID-19 coverage during prime time. We're committed to giving you facts, not fear. On 11 Alive News Primetime, weeknights from 8 to 11 on WATF.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
In a situation like this, the lines between right and wrong are very thin. Hurt people hurt people.
What we saw in Atlanta last night and what we are seeing in cities across America is an explosion.
Really, they just try to be heard and really try to make some real difference. It will be hard for them to try to challenge those norms or try to even have their voice heard. And I was just telling them, if you really want to do it, let's do it.
It is a third night of protests in Atlanta. Groups of people already in the streets calling for change, justice, and equality. As of now, even as protesters there are lined up face to face with dozens of Atlanta police officers. It has been peaceful. 3,000 National Guard members are deployed to the city. There is a 9 p.m. curfew in Atlanta again tonight, with MARTA suspending all service at that time. Thanks for joining us. I'm Cheryl Preheim, along with Jennifer Bellamy and Ron Jones. Hundreds of people have gathered once again near Centennial Olympic Park and the CNN Center. Mayor Bottoms asked protesters to channel their anger and sorrow into something meaningful. She asked for nonviolent activism. They are protesting the death of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor, marching to speak out against police brutality, systemic racism, calling for action and change. And any minute now, we're expecting to hear from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms and Police Chief Erica Shields on how the city plans to handle the situation through the course of the night. Police took a much tougher stance Saturday night compared to Friday. Officers fired rubber bullets, they used smoke bombs, and at last check, Atlanta police tell us they arrested 157 people on Saturday night. Of those, 85 were from other areas of Georgia outside of Atlanta, 24 from out of state. The remaining 48 had Atlanta addresses. Police Chief Shields has said the violence is a, quote, highly calculated terrorist act, and said many vandals and looters were embedded protesters. The officer who was hit by a speeding ATV in downtown Atlanta on Saturday is in stable condition at Grady Hospital. Police say he was standing beside his motorcycle trying to wave down the ATV driver when he was hit. We're told he suffered serious injuries to his legs, but is expected to be okay. The ATV driver was arrested.
As we mentioned, protests are already underway right now in downtown Atlanta. Our Faith Abube joining us now from Centennial Olympic Park. Faith, what can you tell us about what's the mood and what the scene has been like so far?
So right over my shoulder is Centennial Olympic Park, and you can see there in the distance a group of protesters. I'm just going to step out of the shot so you can see. No matter how far out these protests get across the city, this has been one of those places where we've consistently and repeatedly seen protesters since Friday. This has been sort of like a home base for them. Across the street, we have several groups of protesters there. We have a large group of protesters that just marched all around downtown and ended up there in front of Marietta Street at the corner of Olympic Boulevard. So they've been walking here since about 2:30 this afternoon. There are several groups of protesters in that group. Around 2 o'clock, things started getting active around here. We saw more than 24 National Guardsmen here. They were set up within the park boundaries, and they're strategically placed so that no one will be allowed inside the park here. And then across the street, we saw several groups of protesters. One of them was the One Race group. If that name sounds familiar, that's because 2 years ago they held a unity rally at the top of Stone Mountain. These are people of faith from different churches in this area, different denominations, different races. They all came together as one cause. We have video for you from earlier today that we shot. They tell me they came together to reaffirm their commitment to uphold dignity and also the value of every single person. And they're also calling on politicians to respond with action. They got here again around 2 o'clock. That video shows them singing. They were praying at times. They were even dancing, sort of trying to ease the tensions that have been building up here for days now. They say they know that the people are hurting, which is why some people have been looting and just resorted to violence. But in large part, the protests today have been really peaceful. Just a lot of singing, a lot of chanting, echoing here in downtown. They're spreading their message. And in fact, just a few minutes ago here in downtown, we saw protesters come face to face with police officers. And some of the organizers got in front of the group and said, hey, this is a peaceful protest. We need you to back up. We need you to listen to police officers and listen to them so this does not turn into a violent protest. We spoke to one of the organizers of the One Race group, and here's what they had to say.
I believe Dr. King's statement is true here, that protest is the language of the unheard. And I think that there's been a miscarriage of justice, and many people are hurting. And so they're taking to the streets to decry racism in every form.
We are praying for every single group of people out here. We are praying for the folks that are on the corner with Black Lives Matter. We are praying for the police and for the National Guard. And we also want to say that we get the pain, and there is massive pain within the church in this city right now. within our congregations that we're a part of, we have seen an outcry, and we want to channel people's energy of pain and lament into a positive action.
And so that group was here for a couple of hours. It seems they've dispersed now, but again, we have several large groups that are down there in front of police. Police have set up sort of a barrier right in front of the CNN Center. In large parts, again, these protests this afternoon here downtown, even though it's been a large group of people, they've been largely peaceful, and they're actually encouraging all the other people who are protesting with them to remain peaceful as well, guys.
All right, Faith, thank you so much. Again, Faith Ebube joining us from downtown Atlanta. Here's another live look. This is what you were seeing in the distance from Faith. This is near Marietta Street. So this is a view of some of those protesters standing face to face with the Atlanta police law enforcement down there. Just another view of what we are seeing happening over the past few days. It looks very peaceful at this point. A lot of signs and people milling around from various protest groups that are out there. So we'll continue to check in and see how that is going throughout the rest of the evening. Tonight, though, allegations that police used unnecessary force when they arrested 2 college students last night in Atlanta, pulling them both out of a car. 11 Alive's Elwin Lopez explains what happened.
It was around 9:30 p.m. Saturday when we saw this scene unfold. Here you can see police pull out a young woman from this car, then the driver. Why? An officer on the scene who was in Atlanta police gear told us police signaled the car to stop because another officer was in the road. The officer told us when the driver didn't comply, police surrounded the car. That same officer alleges the driver reached for something in or near his pocket. The passenger, he says, was told to get out of the car. He alleges that she didn't comply, and that's when they forced their way in. The driver was tased and arrested. The passenger was also arrested. We now know that driver is Morehouse student Messiah Young. The passenger is a student at Spelman.
I didn't even get out of the car. I don't even know.
Morehouse issuing a statement on Twitter saying their student service leaders are mobilizing to help both of these students and are on top of the situation. The video has already made waves on social media, and a GoFundMe page set up for them has already raised nearly $48,000. Atlanta University Center presidents issued a statement this afternoon saying in part that the 2 students were, quote, detained with unnecessary force, adding that, quote, while we understand the need to maintain order, the abusive behavior reported to us is completely unacceptable.
The Atlanta University Center presidents say they've also spoken to Atlanta Mayor Bonhams as well as Atlanta Police Chief Shields to request a thorough investigation and appropriate action.
All right, Elwin, thanks a lot. We witnessed that live last night, so let's check in with Brendan Keefe. He's live right now at the Atlanta Detention Center. And Brendan, the Morehouse student's dad was there all afternoon waiting for him to bond out. What's the latest, sir?
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Ron. His dad was here waiting for him to bond out. And what's really interesting is here at the Atlanta City Detention Center, also known as the ACDC, by the way, with lots of protesters, we're going to talk about those in a second, but the dad was here. He was going to talk with us, but then he left with another man who had come to him with some news and some information. We are hearing, thanks to Andy Parati from a source, that the city is looking very closely at that arrest, looking very closely at what happened, and there may, underscore may, be some activity on that case and something to do with either the officers or those arrests. Meanwhile, this is the scene here. You can see we have the National Guard here. At one point, police officers and National Guard outnumbered the protesters. Right now, there's about 15 protesters here, even though they have the barricades up here at the city jail. And they, again, were outnumbered there for quite a while. Some of the protesters are now guests of the jail because 4 of them were arrested. Right now, it's peaceful, but what happened was, all of a sudden, they put up some tents and some coverings to try to keep that hot Atlanta sun off of them. Once they started setting up things on the sidewalk, the police moved in. There was a little pushback. 4 of the protesters ended up being taken directly into the jail that they're protesting, where 162 people spent the night because of just curfew violations, we are told. Some people have bonded out and then have joined the protest line. But what another little interesting thing we're seeing, Ron, in terms of this sort of strategy or tactics, is this surge response, where what happens is you don't see a lot of police here now, but all of a sudden they move in, sort of like the Hercules unit the NYPD uses. They're ready to go to respond to different parts of the city. That's a story here from the Atlanta City Detention Center. I'm Brendan Keefe.
All right, thanks a lot, Brendan. We saw a lot of that last night, and we probably will see it again tonight. Hopefully it will not be a violent confrontation. Thank you.
All right, once again, any moment we are expecting to hear from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, also Police Chief Erica Shields. We will break into that as soon as they get to the podium. We have a crew there waiting, and we will get to that as soon as that press conference starts. Curfew starts in less than 3 hours now. Last night, Atlanta police arrested dozens of people for breaking it. Among them was a father who was staying at a hotel downtown and was going to his car to get diapers for his child. Deborah Tuff talked to the family.
She had to wipe the baby last night in a towel because he didn't have diapers to keep him from being wet.
A mother forced to go without diapers after her fiance was arrested trying to go to the car to get them. The family in town to see the child's extended family in Georgia.
I'm super angry. I could not breathe. I haven't slept all night. I could not breathe.
This grandma, who lives out of state and is a longtime police officer herself, flew down to Georgia Sunday. She says her son doesn't have a record and says he was only doing what any good father would, trying to take care of his child.
They said they're charging everyone who broke the curfew with disorderly conduct.
The couple came to Georgia with their 5-month-old son so relatives could meet the baby. The family says they hung out for a while. Then the young couple took an almost 2-hour road trip back to their downtown Atlanta hotel. But when they got inside, realized they left the diaper bag in the car.
When he got outside, I called, he didn't answer. I found out they tear gassed the front of the hotel, took him, we found his phone outside.
The family says they called the Atlanta jail to find him, but alleged the staff became increasingly agitated because they said he wasn't there, but he was.
They put them under the wrong name.
What's even more frustrating for the new mom, grandma, and great-grandma, they say the baby suffered.
Oh, no car, no milk for my baby, no food for my baby, no diapers, nothing.
And the family says they were unaware the city was shutting down.
He don't even know there's a curfew. But when you illegally arrest somebody, that's where I got a problem at. Now I got to get a lawyer. Now I got to get this off my son's record.
The family says bond was set at $1,000. They say the hotel is working with them on resolving all of it.
Thousands of National Guard members are now ready to step in if needed tonight. The Georgia National Guard says members in Atlanta received a riot control training course today. Governor Brian Kemp activated up to 3,000 Guard members. They'll be sent to respond to various spots across the state if or when needed. Hundreds of these troops helped enforce Atlanta's 9 p.m. curfew last night.
While the protests last night were largely peaceful, there was some damage to downtown buildings. Windows were broken out at both the American Cancer Society and the Children's Museum of Atlanta. For the second straight day, we saw people respond, showing up to help. Caitlin Ross was at the Children's Museum. Dozens of volunteers came there to help clean up.
Overnight, vandals came in through bricks, shattering the windows at the Children's Museum. The executive director says while the damage was heartbreaking, the volunteers who came to clean it up meant everything.
This is my community. This is my neighborhood. It's not just my Atlanta, but even more so it's my community.
Former Falcons player Chris Draft says he thought it was important to attend the peaceful protest, but also important to clean up the morning after.
Beautiful protests of diverse people that went down to the Capitol building and came back. And unfortunately, in the evening, things went a different way.
He says he understands the anger in the community over George Floyd's death.
If we say equality, if we say that all men are created equal, then we recognize historically we've always had to fight for that. We always had to validate that.
He says he's encouraged so many people showed up to clean up the damage. Children's Museum Executive Director Jane Turner says she's thankful it wasn't worse.
Luckily, it's windows, it's rocks thrown into our lobby. None of the exhibits were compromised. And so if there's anything to be grateful for, that's what I'm grateful for.
She says she wants the museum to be a place people can gather and learn about each other as we learn a way forward.
The key is just that we are moving forward, that there's going to be progress. Unfortunately, within progress, there's going to be some negative things that happen along the way. So can we take the good and the bad?
He says if there's more damage tonight, they'll all be back to clean it up.
Caitlin, thanks. We have seen incredible volunteers working to help throughout the city over the weekend. Vandals have looted several Target stores across the country, including stores here in Atlanta. Target temporarily closed more than 170 stores across the country because of the riots. This is video from 2 Targets in Atlanta. Looters broke into the Buckhead Target near Phipps early Saturday morning, and overnight, APD says people set fire to the Target on Sidney Marcus in Buckhead. Both locations are now closed.
Cheryl, it was definitely not business as usual at New Birth Missionary Baptist Church in DeKalb County. A planned drive-in worship service quickly turned into a peaceful demonstration. 11 Alive's Jerry Carnes was there.
It was supposed to be so different. The first gathering at New Birth Missionary Baptist Church since a pandemic drove members apart was not supposed to be a protest.
Enough is enough.
Their cries for justice are loud and strong, and this, they say, is just the beginning. But they want it done the Atlanta way.
We do things peaceful here because of our background and our history.
New Birth pastor Jamal Bryant says the marches following the death of George Floyd must go on until there is change. But the images he saw of Friday night's looting and rioting disturb him.
Through marches, we've got the Civil Rights Act, we've got the Fair Housing Act. We cannot find tangible evidence how riots has helped us progress as a people.
Atlanta is a city that stared down hate during the Civil Rights era, then declared itself too busy to hate. It became the focus of a peaceful movement. All around this city are reminders of a man who, without raising his fist, brought about lasting change. To many, Atlanta's past created a roadmap that can help resolve the conflicts of today. In the shadow of Dr. Martin Luther King's church, Joy Christina has placed a sign in the window of her business, hoping future protests spare her. She understands the anger.
We share the same struggles. We share the same sentiment. Hurting our business and vandalizing our business directly is against our mission of uplifting this Black community.
DeKalb County CEO Michael Thurman says while rejecting acts of violence, community leaders must still hear the message that marches through the streets of Atlanta.
To come to a table of peace and understanding so that we can learn from each other, develop solutions.
New Birth's first gathering since March wasn't supposed to be this way. Members keep their distance thanks to the coronavirus, but they are united in protest. A peaceful protest done the Atlanta way.
And you know, we have seen in this video a lot of young people, and many of them are from Atlanta. 11 Alive's Matt Pearl has more on why they're so passionate. This generation is so passionate about this protest.
Come here. Always standing around for a kumbaya. Ain't nobody coming to protect us.
This video from a protest in Charlotte has been shared tens of thousands of times through Atlanta and beyond.
He's 16! And they gonna kill him next week. He's 16! What we gonna do? You tell me.
Generations at a loss amidst a cycle they believe they can't stop.
What you see right now is gonna happen 10 years from now.
What I'm seeing are people that are hurting, people that are in pain, and they're processing their grief in very different ways.
There is a tension around what progress will look like and what it will take.
Even when we peacefully protest, we're taken to jail.
State Senator Nikema Williams says she wants people to turn their energy to the upcoming primary, but she won't criticize those who took out their anger on property.
I'm never going to compare a Black life, or any life for that matter, to a building.
The real work happens when the cameras are gone.
ACLU of Georgia political director Chris Bruce has worked on the ground in Brunswick since the death of Ahmaud Arbery. Saturday, he offered pro bono legal services to anyone arrested peacefully protesting. But of those doing otherwise?
I'm not going to criticize anyone for the type of things that they're doing and the way that they decide on protesting.
Remember why we're here.
That tension has existed all weekend.
Remember why we're here.
On Saturday, Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics led a protest in Atlanta that he chose.
We're going to get back to Matt's package. You can find it on 11alive.com. But Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms and the Chief of Police are now starting the press conference, and we want to take you there right away.
Slaughter in his absence, Chief Bryan, and all of the men and women of our public safety departments who have literally been working around the clock over the past few days to make sure that our city is safe and secure. We know the reason that our country is in upheaval, and it has been because of the killing of African Americans across this country at the hands of law enforcement. That is not lost on us today. So I want to acknowledge all of the families who are still experiencing the pain of those losses as well. Also want to acknowledge an officer who we had who was injured last night, Investigator Maximus Brewer. He was injured during a collision with an ATV last night. He remains in ICU, and we ask that you keep him in your thoughts and prayers. He has a long road to recovery. This evening, I have once again signed an executive order that there will be a curfew at 9 p.m. tonight. We wanted to assess where we were coming out of yesterday evening, which, by the way, there were 157 arrests made on yesterday evening, various violations. But we wanted to assess where we were before making a determination as to whether or not we would have a curfew again for today. That curfew, again, is for 9 p.m. today. We will assess again on tomorrow. Sometime during the night, I saw a very disturbing video of two young college students who were in downtown Atlanta yesterday evening. And it was disturbing on many levels, the least of not which was that there clearly was an excessive use of force. We understand that our officers are working very long hours under an enormous amount of stress. But we also understand that the use of excessive force is never acceptable. So the reason that we postponed the press conference earlier today was to give Chief Shields and I an opportunity to review the body cam video. There were 5 officers involved in this incident, so it took quite a while. Many of you all know in my former life, or I'm still a lawyer, I still have my law license, and I was a judge, so I had to ask a lot of questions and review the footage again and again and again, and we had extensive discussions based on what we saw on that footage. After review of that footage, Chief Shields and I have made the determination that 2 of the officers involved in the incident last night will be terminated immediately. The other 3 officers are right now on desk duty, pending further determination of what, if any, appropriate action, disciplinary action should be taken against them. The release of that body cam footage and the corresponding police report should be available to the media immediately. And with that, I will turn it over to Chief Shields for comment, and also to Chief Bryant for comment, and then we'll open up for questions.
Thank you, Mayor. So, good evening. I echo the mayor's comments on both fronts. The first is I could not be prouder of the work of the Atlanta Police Department along with our other law enforcement agencies. We have been handed an enormous obstacle and have by and large done it as well as we could in the space that we are being afforded. These folks are going out every day. They're getting pelted with rocks, knives thrown at them, ongoing gunshots. It's an unpleasant space to be in. But that does not relieve us of our responsibilities. And we have a responsibility when we handle any incident not to escalate the incident and not to further cause harm or injury. Last night was a broad array of emotions for me. I have an officer who was directing traffic and was slammed into by somebody who was driving an ATV recklessly down Peachtree Street. The officer's in ICU, and we hope that he can walk again. And we went from there to 3 in the morning, and it's being put before me that this video that was really shocking to watch, and how we were manhandling a couple of young people in their car. And to be fair, I knew it was bad, but I really wanted to believe that the body-worn camera footage would provide some larger view that could better rationalize why we got to this space. And having spent most of the afternoon with the mayor reviewing the footage exhaustively, I knew that I had only one option, and that is to terminate the employees. When the Minnesota incident unfolded, I was appalled by the incident, but I was also appalled by the DA and their inability to see what all of us saw on the video, and their need to have to process it and investigate it further. And what I realized this afternoon is I was wanting to be afforded that same level of time. And I think as law enforcement, if we are ever going to get out of this space that we are in today, we have to recognize that our behaviors cannot consistently be pardoned because we are law enforcement. These are good guys. I know them as individuals. I've worked with the one for over 20 years. But they made that level of mistake that cannot be rolled back. And if I stand before you and the community day in and day out, reassuring you that this department is different, that we do things differently, that our expectations are different, then I, above all others, have to rise and meet that standard. So I apologize. I apologize to both of the individuals. I believe one's a Spelman student, one's a Morehouse student. How we behaved as an agency, as individuals, was unacceptable. And I know that we caused further fear to you in a space that's already so fearful for so many African Americans. And I am genuinely sorry. This is not who we are. This is not where we're about. And sometimes the best thing, the only thing you can do as a police chief is come in and clean up the mess that's before you. But I am truly sorry to those individuals, and we're still working to get it right. Thank you.
Good evening, Rodney Bryant, doing the coordination of public safety throughout the events. Last night we had a challenging night. However, for the most part, for the incident that Chief Shields spoke of and the incident of the officer being injured, most people cooperated. We had a number of arrests. Those arrests were generally due to people who refused to abide by the curfews. But overall, we think that working with our federal, state, and local partners, as well as a number of people from the community, we were able to overcome last night with not a lot of damage to our city. We will continue to have that same positioning today. The curfew remains. The mayor has extended the curfew again tonight to 9 o'clock. We ask that everyone adhere to that curfew and that we get those good people out of the street and safely at home. Our position, as I stated earlier, our position will remain the same, that people go home, get off of the streets, so that we can make sure that we can protect the city and the residents and the businesses of this city appropriately. Our partners from the National Guard have played a pivotal role in helping us maintain maintain the standards of this city. And so, with that being said, I encourage everyone to, at 9 o'clock, go ahead and clear the streets. Thank you.
And just a little bit more information on the college students. I've been in touch with Dr. Schmidt-Campbell from Spelman College and also Dr. Thomas from Morehouse College. Obviously, there's a lot of care and concern amongst all of our residents, but especially our partners over at the Atlanta University Center. I've also been in constant contact today with representatives of the students I have not spoken directly with the students, but I have spoken with their representatives. And as Chief Shields mentioned, this was one that kept me up all night as well. I saw the video late into the night, and I think what it really highlights for me and for all of us, there would have been a time, probably even last week even, that we would have been able to take our time and we would have been able to toss some things around and very likely would not have taken the measure of terminating these officers. But again, as we watch the video today, it became abundantly clear immediately with the young woman that this force was excessive. And it took us to really, we had to look at several angles for the young man. Again, there were 5 officers involved, and we want to make sure that we are being thoughtful and that we aren't rushing to judgment in any way. But it also became abundantly clear that the officer who tased the young man needed to be terminated as well. And I share that with you because that is what you will see happen each and every day in the city of Atlanta going forward. Our attitudes toward how we not only police our communities, but how we respond to policing our communities has to change. We no longer have the benefit of time. And what we see is that the very worst can happen very quickly. In the case of George Floyd, it can happen in under 9 minutes. So I am grateful that it was not worse last night, because what I saw on that video, on the videos that we reviewed today, we've seen these instances turn out in so many other ways. And this could have gone, for as awful as this was, this could have been much, much worse. And so I too offer my apologies to the students and look forward to speaking with them directly. The young woman was not charged and was released last evening, and the young man has been released as well. And I am ordering that the charges be dropped against the young man. So are there any questions?
Mayor, what specific policies did these 2 officers break to make them be terminated, and are they under criminal investigation?
So we will share with you the SOP. As of now, there are no criminal investigations, but our policies are very clear as it relates to the use of tasers and under what circumstances tasers should be used. So that was the primary focus of what we looked at today. But I will leave that to our district attorney and to our solicitor to determine if anything else is warranted.
If the chief can answer this one, you talk about with compassion about what happened in Minneapolis. Let's take the Atlanta Police Department. Now you have situations that are evolving here more as they add on through the years. At what point do you say, let's look at the bad apples, let's pull the files and look at the bad apples? And another one, at what point do you say, maybe we need to change our policing policies here in the city of Atlanta?
You know, I think that I can say comfortably that our policies are extremely progressive, and but you know, you can write all day long, but people have to follow what you write. And so, and I also don't want to make the assumption that there's just these bad apples floating out there. And most of the time, what you find in this instance, these are 2 folks who have worked hard for the city, one for 16 years, one for 22 years, and they care about Atlanta. And they've been out there up until yesterday really trying to take care of Atlanta. But it also, we are in a space where we're in a very unforgiving space, and we have to do better at getting things right. So I think that I'm not one to subscribe to that, well, just weed them out. You know, there's a huge amount of testing that goes on before we hire people, to include lie detector tests, polygraphs, psychological exams. But at the end of the day, what we're relying on more than anything is our supervisors to identify patterns and to deal with them. Whether dealing with them is on one-on-one or kicking it up a level, but supervision, especially in the front line and middle level, management level, the importance cannot be overstated.
Chief, can you provide any insight into what led up to the incident?
Oh, I mean, so the footage, you know what, so we don't get in the weeds on all of this. My public affairs director is here, Carlos Campos. We will release the body-worn camera footage, the reports, pictures of the employees, their names, but I'd rather let's go that route than way down this this press conference with a bunch of the details. We can just as readily get to you afterward, if that's all right.
Chief,
Thank
we're
you.
on our third evening of protest. What is your message to your officers out there after this incident happened, knowing that it could exacerbate people's emotions?
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, this is what I've been wrestling with all day. These officers they're out there doing this heavy lift. And the message that they are going to hear initially is, wait, we were out here in the face of this, which most of people don't want to be in the face of. And one of our employees was doing their job and they got fired. And so it's incumbent upon me, or two of our employees, to make sure that they understand why these individuals got fired and that it wasn't necessary. The employees brought this upon themselves by their decision making. And I will go to the bat, to the wall for my employees every day. But when wrong is wrong, we have to, as law enforcement, start dealing with it in the same manner that we would deal with it with non-law enforcement. And for some reason, we've fallen into the gray area where there's just a separate set of rules for law enforcement. And if we want to get out of this space that we're in now, we have to change how we manage internally.
How have you gone about communicating that to your officers? For tonight, for example.
Well, hello. I mean, I think that the media, of course, is a huge conduit because where things are moving real time. But yes, is it going to be more difficult by the fact that they're on the street, they're in chaos, there's not the opportunities to have the discussions you might traditionally have, but I think that what I bring to the table is I've done this job for a long time. I know many of these people for many years, and they know that I am not one to do things just to do things. And I'm here to listen. I'm here to talk to them. The most important thing for me is not that they agree with me, but I need for them to understand why we have done what we've done.
I have one last question for Mayor Bottoms. It involves something you brought up in Meet the Press. You alluded to the fact that you believe that a lot of the violence was coming from people outside of Atlanta, maybe even outside the state. Of the 157 people who were arrested last night, only 24 of them were from out of state. Do you still believe that outsiders are coming in?
Well, I think this was more in reference to Friday. The arrest numbers that we had on Friday showed that many of the people were from outside of Atlanta. So I don't know if they are from outside of the state or just outside of the city. That's something that we're drilling down with. But again, we went through this extensively. Our normal, I'll call them our normal organizers in the city who organize many of the marches and protests that we have in the city, shared that many of the people who were wreaking havoc, they did not recognize, did not know who they were, and they were not affiliated with any of the organizers of the peaceful protests that we saw happening on Friday.
Thank you,
right? Right. Thank you.
I don't think that's correct data.
Okay, well, actually, Chief Shields says that information may not be correct, the data that you have. Okay.
There's been miscommunication.
So we'll make sure that we drill down on those numbers and share with you what we have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me.
All right, Mayor Bottoms and Police Chief Erica Shields wrapping up the press conference there. I'm going to bring in Ron Jones to talk with us. Again, 2 Atlanta police officers have been terminated effective immediately for excessive force, a story we shared with you about 20 minutes ago. 2 young college students who had been in a car were tased, pulled out of that car and arrested, and the mayor and the chief looked at the body camera footage extensively today and said that, quote, what is wrong is how the chief said it, and she needed to take action quickly. Ron, I know this is a very important message they are hoping to send to the community, because we heard them both talking about, if we're going to say that something's wrong and it can't happen in any place, we have to first look at what's happening in our department. And when that happened last night, they knew they didn't have the luxury of time. They needed to make a decision quickly.
You know, when I was watching that video last night, this was real time. Hope For It was there on the scene, and as it was unfolding, it was very fluid, right? It was unfolding. It appeared that one of the officers, just based upon what I saw there, pulled out his weapon. It wasn't his taser that I first saw. It looked like he had pulled out his handgun as they were pulling those young people out of that vehicle. And any time that you pull out a handgun, that means that you are willing to use deadly force. You're not there to wound anyone. You're there to use deadly force because you feel or you perceive that there's a possible threat there. And then after they pulled them out, and I can see that the young lady was struggling there, and I'm not quite sure what the conversation was, but I knew that they needed to get her under control and get the young man out and then escort them out. And then Hope Ford said later in the broadcast, or in a live report, that one of the officers had told the young man or the young lady that I thought you were reaching for something. You know, luckily that I didn't have to pull the trigger. But the bottom line here is we have to see what's on that body cam video. If the officer perceived that there was a threat, then yeah, it's justified. But based upon what the mayor is saying and based upon what the chief is saying, that they had taken the escalation from 0 to 100 very quickly. The one thing that they teach you in the academy as a police officer is that you use the lowest level of force possible to try to take care of that situation. Whether it's a felony car stop or you're just stopping somebody for jaywalking, you want to use the lowest level of force. And so, based upon what we've heard so far, it appears that the officer escalated it above and beyond the SOP. We heard them say SOP, or the standard operating procedures of the Atlanta Police Department. Wasn't criminal, but they violated the standard operating procedures of the Atlanta Police Department by escalating it far and beyond what was expected.
Right.
Now, with that said, Cheryl, to put this into perspective from a police officer's point of view, they've been out there for a couple of nights, taking bottles, taking rocks, knives, as they pointed out. There's been some gunshots as well. They've been working long hours. So I can understand how you can bring emotion into that situation, but at the same time, Cheryl, you cannot let your emotions take over the fact that you still have to be professional as a law enforcement officer.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective. Ron Jones, of course, you were a law enforcement officer for many years, so thank you for your perspective on that. The other thing I want to mention is that we did learn the name of the officer who was hit by the ATV, Maximus Brewer, and the mayor told us that Officer Brewer is in the ICU, has a very long road ahead. They're not certain if he'll be able to walk again, so that is new information coming in the press conference as well. Ron, thank you so much. We want to take a look now from our helicopter view over parts of Atlanta right now, where there have been protests throughout the day. You see some of the National Guard in place lining the streets there. Starting at about 2 o'clock this afternoon, there were protesters that gathered. It has been peaceful throughout the course of the day so far in the last almost 5 hours now. Again, there is a curfew in place for the city of Atlanta again tonight, starting at 9 o'clock. We'll have a lot more of our special coverage coming up when we come back.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
We answer your coronavirus-related medical questions. Because 11 Alive is where Atlanta speaks.
Televised newscasts not enough for you? Get even more at 11 Alive's YouTube channel, where you'll find uncut interviews, extended body cam footage, live streams of Atlanta's biggest trials, and more. Subscribe to 11 Alive today.
Let's start with a viral message going around. Quote, vast majority of people who died had ibuprofen Advil in their system. This message is fake.
We just bought 20 dust masks for $97.
Are you doing this to help people, or are you doing this to make money, or both?
Both. Take this email sent to the Verify team. Is it safe to have your house cleaned by outside workers? The best practice is to limit guests to emergencies only.
We know things are changing every day, but we're here with you. Continuous COVID-19 coverage during prime time. We're committed to giving you facts, not fear. On 11 Alive News Primetime, weeknights from 8 to 11 on WATF.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
We answer your coronavirus Let's go to Brendan Keefe, who's at the Atlanta Detention Center. What are you seeing there now, Brendan? We're going to work on that in just a minute. We're checking out our audio in the field crews. We have crews that have been working so hard over the weekend. But here is a view from our helicopter of some of the protesters at the state capitol, holding signs, marching around the Capitol. As you can see, there are police and National Guard members lining the street there at the Capitol. We know they're around Centennial Olympic Park too, but there have been peaceful protests that started early this afternoon through different pockets of downtown. Again, this is a protest happening right now at the Capitol. All right, let's go to Brendan now at the Atlanta Detention Center. Brendan, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, hi Cheryl. Sorry about that. We worked out the audio gremlins here. It's been busy at different times of the day here at the ACDC, the Atlanta City Detention Center, as we've seen people released from jail, 162 of them on curfew charges, and then others be taken into the jail. 4 different protesters have been arrested here, but the arrests that everyone is talking about are the ones that Chief Shields and the mayor were just talking about in the news conference. An extraordinary turn of events where the 2 people who were arrested, it's been recommended their charges be dropped, those 2 students, the Morehouse students. Meanwhile, 2 police officers with the Atlanta Police Department are out of a job. Here's video of the arrest in question, and you heard what the mayor said and what the police chief said, that they reviewed the body camera footage and they simply couldn't see how charges were going to be filed there, and then also how those officers acted that way, and they made the immediate decision to terminate 2 of the police officers' employment with the Atlanta Police Department, and meanwhile simultaneously put 3 other police officers on desk duty. Ron said it exactly right, that remember that police officers are drawn from the general population. Ron was an Oakland police officer, a regular officer. I was just a reserve officer, an auxiliary officer in the NYPD, and I can tell you, when you put on that uniform, you don't become the monolithic police. You're drawn from the general population. There's good cops, there's bad cops, there's good reporters, there's bad reporters. What I'm here to tell you is that when you don't stop being a human being when you put on that uniform. Last night we saw extraordinary efforts by police officers to save one of their own. An officer was hit by the ATV, who's now in the ICU. And then simultaneously, you saw 2 officers lose their job for their actions. You've seen extraordinary acts where police officers have reached out to people in the protest crowds, trying to connect all the way up to Chief Shields. And then you've seen officers, in fact, we had officers last night with M4 AR-15s order us to stop taking pictures because they didn't like what we were taking pictures of. So you have those things happening at the same time. You cannot paint with a broad brush. What I can tell you is the tactics last night are what really changed. The 9 p.m. curfew,
They made an announcement over the PA, said, look, there's now a curfew. You're in violation of the city ordinance. If you don't disperse, you'll be arrested. When some of the protesters there at Centennial Olympic Park did not disperse, they fired tear gas. And I can tell you, because I put on a gas mask immediately that I had with me, I was surrounded by people, and then all of a sudden there was nobody there because it burns. And so immediately you saw the crowd start to disperse, and there were little skirmishes throughout downtown, but generally the tactics work. We'll see if the crowd, some of the bad element of the crowd, not all of the protesters obviously, learned from those tactics the police used last night.
All right, Brendan, thank you so much. Again, joining us from outside the Atlanta City Detention Center. Let's go a couple blocks down the road now to the Centennial Olympic Park, where we found our Faith Ebube, where protesters are still gathered right now. Faith?
Yeah, Jennifer, just within the last 20 minutes or so, we've heard fireworks go off twice here. And each time it's happened, people just look around to see where that sound is coming from, and then they see the smoke, and then they realize what's going on, so then they get back to what they're doing. And as I stepped out of the way and we zoom in over there, you see there's a group of protesters at the corner of Marietta Street and Centennial Olympic Park Drive here. And right on the other side of them are police officers. They've formed a barricade right there, not allowing the protesters to get any further down Centennial Olympic Park. So what's been happening is there are two huge groups of protesters, the main ones. There are several groups here, but two main ones. There's one that's been standing there for a little over an hour now, maybe close to 2 hours, just standing there with police and just standing in front of police, chanting. Some of them have actually tried talking to the police officers, but the police officers are not speaking back. Of course, they're in tactical gear, they have their shields, and they're there to make sure that the protesters don't get past that barrier. But there's another police officer who's actually walking amongst the crowd, just speaking with the protesters. I've seen him talk to several people in the crowd. He starts talking to them, puts his hand on their shoulder just to calm them down, and he listens to them while they talk to him. That's happened to several people in the crowd so far. We also saw another large group that's split off right now. It looks a little thinner because the larger group has been walking around in the downtown area. They go down Ted Turner and then just make a loop around the Ferris wheel and then come back here, stand here for a little bit, and then walk back around. So they're just mobile. And from what we heard from the organizers earlier, it seems that large group is the Atlanta University Center. And so a lot of university students that are part of that group that have been going up and down here in the downtown area. But when you look in front of us right now, people are just milling about. There are people who are sitting on the sidewalks. They have their signs next to them, and they're just resting. And then there are other people who are just standing in front of police, holding up their signs. Once in a while, you hear the chants go off. Yesterday, I wasn't here, but our colleagues who were here yesterday tell me this wasn't possible yesterday. Earlier in the day, when these protests started, a lot of these streets were blocked off. They were not blocked off yesterday, rather, I should say. And so the officers were standing in front of them by the curb here and telling them to stay close to the park and not in the streets. But that's a different scene today. What we're seeing is the protesters were being allowed to be on the streets. A lot of these roads are closed. Some of them are allowing traffic. So we've seen cars come down Marietta Street so far. And once in a while, we'll hear several cars start honking in support of the protesters. As far as the protesters in front of the police officers, we've seen some of the organizers step in front to remind them, hey, this is a peaceful protest. We don't want to agitate the situation. Don't agitate the police officers. We're here to speak our minds. We want them to hear us. But please, when they say something, make sure you listen. So it seems like there's an organized effort here to make sure things remain peaceful tonight. And we hope that's the case. But again, all afternoon long, we've seen several groups come and go here in front of Centennial Park. But so far, things have been peaceful, Cheryl.
Faith Ebube reporting near Centennial Olympic Park. I even saw some kids walking hand in hand with parents behind you. Faith, thanks a lot. We're going to continue our coverage in just a few minutes. We'll take a quick break.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
We answer your coronavirus-related medical questions. Because 11 Alive is where Atlanta speaks.
Televised newscasts not enough for you? Get even more at 11 Alive's YouTube channel, where you'll find uncut interviews, extended body cam footage, live streams of Atlanta's biggest trials, and more. Subscribe to 11 Alive today.
In times of great uncertainty, some things become more clear. The things we take for granted, the people we depend on daily. Here at 11 Alive, we'd like to say thank you. First responders, medical staff, sanitation workers, truck drivers, postal workers, and every brave Georgian doing their part to make a difference. We see you, we hear you, and we appreciate all that you do.
Let's start with a viral message going around. Quote, vast majority of people who died had ibuprofen Advil in their system. This message is fake.
We just bought 20 dust masks for $97. Are you doing this to help people or are you doing this to make money or both?
Both. Take this email sent to the Verify team. Is it safe to have your house cleaned by outside workers? The best practice is to limit guests to emergencies only.
We know things are changing every day, but we're here with you. Continuous COVID-19 coverage during prime time. We're committed to giving you facts, not fear. On 11 Alive News Primetime, weeknights from 8 to 11 on WATF.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth.
A third night of protests in the city of Atlanta. Hundreds of protesters are spread out throughout downtown right now. So far, the evening has been peaceful. There is a 9 p.m. curfew again tonight. There are protests happening in many other cities around the country as well. Today in Denver, a massive, diverse crowd of protesters. They quietly laid on their stomachs with their hands behind their backs. They chanted, "I can't breathe," a reference to some of George Floyd's last words. Overseas, demonstrators marched towards the U.S. Embassy in London. The crowd marched from Trafalgar Square past Parliament. They carried banners and signs, chanted George Floyd's name. Police made a handful of arrests there.
These rallies have spread across America to smaller cities as well. This video out of North Dakota, people breaking into businesses there. Officers had rocks thrown at them as well.
We are now going to move over to 11alive.com, Jennifer.
Thank you so much for being with us.
In times of great uncertainty, some things become more clear. The things we take for granted, the people we depend on daily. Here at 11 Alive, we'd like to say thank you. First responders, medical staff, sanitation workers, truck drivers, postal workers, and every brave Georgian doing their part to make a difference. We see you, we hear you, and we appreciate all that you do.
Let's start with a viral message going around. Quote, vast majority of people who died had ibuprofen Advil in their system. This message is fake.
We just bought 20 dust masks for $97. Are you doing this to help people or are you doing this to make money or both?
Both. Take this email sent to the Verify team. Is it safe to have your house cleaned by outside workers? The best practice is to limit guests to emergencies only.
We know things are changing every day, but we're here with you. Continuous COVID-19 coverage during prime time. We're committed to giving you facts, not fear. On 11 Alive News Primetime, weeknights from 8 to 11 on WATF.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
We answer your coronavirus-related medical questions. Because 11 Alive is where Atlanta speaks.
Televised newscasts not enough for you? Get even more at 11 Alive's YouTube channel, where you'll find uncut interviews, extended body cam footage, live streams of Atlanta's biggest trials, and more. Subscribe to 11 Alive today.
Let's start with a viral message going around. Quote, vast majority of people who died had ibuprofen Advil in their system. This message is fake.
We just bought 20 dust masks for $97. Are you doing this to help people or are you doing this to make money or both?
Both. Take this email sent to the Verify team. Is it safe to have your house cleaned by outside workers? The best practice is to limit guests to emergencies only.
We know things are changing every day, but we're here with you. Continuous COVID-19 coverage during prime time. We're committed to giving you facts, not fear. On 11 Alive News Primetime, weeknights from 8 to 11 on WATF.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
We answer your coronavirus-related medical questions. Because 11 Alive is where Atlanta speaks.
Televised newscasts not enough for you? Get even more at 11 Alive's YouTube channel, where you'll find uncut interviews, extended body cam footage, live streams of Atlanta's biggest trials, and more. Subscribe to 11 Alive today.
In times of great uncertainty, some things become more clear. The things we take for granted, the people we depend on daily. Here at 11 Alive, we'd like to say thank you. First responders, medical staff, sanitation workers, truck drivers, postal workers, and every brave Georgian doing their part to make a difference. We see you, we hear you, and we appreciate all that you do.
Let's start with a viral message going around. Quote, vast majority of people who died had ibuprofen Advil in their system. This message is fake.
We just bought 20 dust masks for $97. Are you doing this to help people or are you doing this to make money or both?
Both. Take this email sent to the Verify team. Is it safe to have your house cleaned by outside workers? The best practice is to limit guests to emergencies only.
We know things are changing every day, but we're here with you. Continuous COVID-19 coverage during prime time. We're committed to giving you facts, not fear. On 11 Alive News Primetime, weeknights from 8 to 11 on WATF.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
We answer your coronavirus-related medical questions. Because 11 Alive is where Atlanta speaks.
Televised newscasts not enough for you? Get even more at 11 Alive's YouTube channel, where you'll find uncut interviews, extended body cam footage, live streams of Atlanta's biggest trials, and more. Subscribe to 11 Alive today.
In times of great uncertainty, some things become more clear. The things we take for granted, the people we depend on daily. Here at 11 Alive, we'd like to say thank you. First responders, medical staff, sanitation workers, truck drivers, postal workers, and every brave Georgian doing their part to make a difference. We see you, we hear you, and we appreciate all that you do.
Let's start with a viral message going around. Quote, vast majority of people who died had ibuprofen Advil in their system. This message is fake.
We just bought 20 dust masks for $97. Are you doing this to help people or are you doing this to make money or both?
Both. Take this email sent to the Verify team. Is it safe to have your house cleaned by outside workers? The best practice is to limit guests to emergencies only.
We know things are changing every day, but we're here with you. Continuous COVID-19 coverage during prime time. We're committed to giving you facts, not fear. On 11 Alive News Primetime, weeknights from 8 to 11 on WATF.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
We answer your coronavirus-related medical questions. Because 11 Alive is where Atlanta speaks.
Televised newscasts not enough for you? Get even more at 11 Alive's YouTube channel, where you'll find uncut interviews, extended body cam footage, live streams of Atlanta's biggest trials, and more. Subscribe to 11 Alive today.
Let's start with a viral message going around. Quote, vast majority of people who died had ibuprofen Advil in their system. This message is fake.
We just bought 20 dust masks for $97. Are you doing this to help people or are you doing this to make money or both?
Both. Take this email sent to the Verify team. Is it safe to have your house cleaned by outside workers? The best practice is to limit guests to emergencies only.
We know things are changing every day, but we're here with you. Continuous COVID-19 coverage during prime time. We're committed to giving you facts, not fear. On 11 Alive News Primetime, weeknights from 8 to 11 on WATF.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
We answer your coronavirus-related medical questions. Because 11 Alive is where Atlanta speaks.
Televised newscasts not enough for you? Get even more at 11 Alive's YouTube channel, where you'll find uncut interviews, extended body cam footage, live streams of Atlanta's biggest trials, and more. Subscribe to 11 Alive today.
In times of great uncertainty, some things become more clear. The things we take for granted, the people we depend on daily. Here at 11 Alive, we'd like to say thank you. First responders, medical staff, sanitation workers, truck drivers, postal workers, and every brave Georgian doing their part to make a difference. We see you, we hear you, and we appreciate all that you do.
Let's start with a viral message going around. Quote, vast majority of people who died had ibuprofen Advil in their system. This message is fake.
We just bought 20 dust masks for $97. Are you doing this to help people or are you doing this to make money or both?
Both. Take this email sent to the Verify team. Is it safe to have your house cleaned by outside workers? The best practice is to limit guests to emergencies only.
We know things are changing every day, but we're here with you. Continuous COVID-19 coverage during prime time. We're committed to giving you facts, not fear. On 11 Alive News Primetime, weeknights from 8 to 11 on WATF.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
We answer your coronavirus-related medical questions. Because 11 Alive is where Atlanta speaks.
Televised newscasts not enough for you? Get even more at 11 Alive's YouTube channel, where you'll find uncut interviews, extended body cam footage, live streams of Atlanta's biggest trials, and more. Subscribe to 11 Alive today.
In times of great uncertainty, some things become more clear. The things we take for granted, the people we depend on daily. Here at 11 Alive, we'd like to say thank you. First responders, medical staff, sanitation workers, truck drivers, postal workers, and every brave Georgian doing their part to make a difference. We see you, we hear you, and we appreciate all that you do.
Let's start with a viral message going around. Quote, vast majority of people who died had ibuprofen Advil in their system. This message is fake.
We just bought 20 dust masks for $97. Are you doing this to help people or are you doing this to make money or both?
Both. Take this email sent to the Verify team. Is it safe to have your house cleaned by outside workers? The best practice is to limit guests to emergencies only.
We know things are changing every day, but we're here with you. Continuous COVID-19 coverage during prime time. We're committed to giving you facts, not fear. On 11 Alive News Primetime, weeknights from 8 to 11 on WATF.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect.
Anything, come to us and we can get that for you. Back to the protest though, you see there are several groups right there in front of police. What's been happening is it's been largely quiet. However, once in a while they break out in chants, and that's what's happening right now. They're chanting. Yesterday, right around this time, we had seen several arrests already. But from this vantage point, we haven't seen any arrests. We haven't seen any ruckus. Everything has been peaceful. Organizers have been really stressing to people to maintain the peace here. Now, as far as the curfew itself, we haven't heard anyone talk about whether they're staying after the curfew or going home, and that's something we're going to be talking to them about once we get off this live shot, to ask them if they plan to leave. But it seems like a well-organized group this time compared to what we've seen in the last few days, where other groups just popped up out of nowhere. There's no real leader, so no one is really speaking to them, telling them what to do. But the message here today, stay peaceful, get your message out, and scream and yell and just get the word out any way you can, but remain peaceful at the same time. Let's just turn the camera back around and show you Centennial Olympic Park. And I want to do that because we see several guardsmen in that area. We're just trying to figure out how to turn the camera here, so just bear with us as we do this all live here. Okay, so we've turned the camera around. This is inside Centennial Olympic Park. The Southern Company Amphitheater is right behind the National Guardsmen there. And they've been standing here since about 2:30, 2:45. I've counted more than 24 guardsmen, and they have their shields in front of them, and they've been strategically standing in different parts of the park. No one is allowed to go into the park, so they've just been standing guard there, just standing back, watching how everything is going. Earlier, when we got here, there was a large group of protesters right in front of them on the other side of the fence here, and they were yelling at the guardsmen. They were screaming at the guardsmen, basically sending the message out that they want the police shootings to stop, any brutality and violence to stop, and they were yelling that at the guardsmen. But they maintained their cool the entire time we were here, and eventually that group left, and we were told they went to the police precinct. And then another group came. That group was the One Race group. If that name sounds familiar, that's the same group that held a unity rally on top of Stone Mountain about 2 years ago. So that group came here as a group of different faith leaders and just community members who believe in God. They gathered here in front of the park and prayed for several minutes. There were seconds. There were time periods in that time period where they said, okay, let's pray for 60 seconds. And they would pray really loudly for 60 seconds, praying for God to bring peace into the area, praying for God to see to it that there is justice in the cases that have caught headlines recently, the Ahmaud Arbery case, the George Floyd case as well. And after praying, they started singing. Some of them were dancing, sort of easing the mood and the tensions that have been building up here for several days. That group stayed here for about 2 hours, and they eventually left. And then we had the AUC group that kept marching back and forth in this area, and then another group just stationed right there in front of police. So people are just milling about. People are tired. Some of them are sitting down on the curb, just rehydrating, and then getting up again and chanting along with the rest of the protesters. I just noticed someone just over my shoulder here to the right side of the camera. We're gonna pan over there. She's wearing her cap and gown. And I just wanna walk over there. One of our producers is speaking with her. I just wanna walk over there. Is it okay if we come talk to you? So my name is Faith. We're with 11 Alive. We're on air right now. What's your name?
Aya Bishop.
And so tell me, you're here in your cap and gown. I imagine you just graduated. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, I graduated from Arabian Mountain High School. And because of coronavirus, we didn't really have a real graduation ceremony. We didn't have a real ending to our senior year. And so I came out here during the protest to show that even though I didn't graduate, I still want to be purposeful in this time.
And how long have you been out here?
Probably an hour.
So tell me a little about what you've seen, what you've done personally with the group.
And so I've seen a lot of military and cops on the street protecting the streets, a lot of protesting, and what I've done, I've taken pictures in my cap and gown around the protest and trying to show that although I'm young, I still want to be in activism and know how my future will go.
I know the curfew for Atlanta is still in effect for today. It's going to start around 9 o'clock. And we're just wondering what people are going to do when that curfew goes into effect. What are your plans?
I don't really know what the future will hold. I'm really kind of a spur of the moment type of person.
So you don't have any plans to go home when the curfew goes into effect?
If I am at home, I'm at home. But if I'm out and about, then I'm out.
Are you here with any particular group? Are you here by yourself?
I'm here with my father. He's right here.
And Dad, would you mind coming in for us to talk to you? Are you okay with that? So tell us a little bit about why you brought your daughter here with you.
I think it's important for her to see, what's going on in today's world. Like, it's our children today that's going to make the difference moving forward in life. We need our new future leaders to take charge, and I think that she's up for the task.
Well, thank you guys for speaking with us. Congratulations.
Live from the 11 Alive newsroom, Cheryl Preheim and Jennifer Bellamy. Here we want to take you to the 17th Street Bridge, where a growing number of demonstrators have gathered laying on the bridge there. This is a demonstration we've seen in a number of cities as people lay on the ground with their hands behind their back, and they have been chanting quietly, "I can't breathe," which were George Floyd's final words. Atlanta police officers blocking off the bridge because that, of course, is the access to the highway. And Jennifer, we have seen the group of demonstrators grow quite a bit over the last 20 minutes there on the 17th Street Bridge.
Yeah, and for those not familiar with that area, that is just next to Atlantic Station, that shopping district where people also live. That Atlantic Station sending out a tweet earlier this afternoon around 5:48 p.m. saying that they were going to be closing at that point, and that the area would be only open to people that live there from that point on with IDs. So a lot of folks around the city preparing for various protests like this one that we are seeing in and around the metro area. This is a shot from the Department of Transportation. So it's stuck right there, or it was rather stuck right there, showing the police, the law enforcement presence that would blocking the ramp because it would have led right to the 17th Street Bridge. This is video, though, from earlier from our Sky Tracker showing just the size of that protest right now. Again, we do understand that it is continuing to grow with more and more people arriving on that scene, and you can see them again laying there, maybe some sitting in protest right now.
We've heard that many of the protesters, of course, communicating on social media about where they're going to be at what time, and as this is growing, you feel like that is being communicated. Many have signs as well, but all laying down. It is a powerful demonstration that we have seen in other cities. I saw some video from Denver today with a similar protest here. What has changed in the last 10 or 15 minutes is when the protesters initially gathered and laid there on the 17th Street Bridge, Jennifer, there was no police presence. So the protesters had been there for quite some time. And since that time, Atlanta police have blocked off the entrances to the highway just to make sure someone doesn't unknowingly drive up that ramp. We want to send it to Rebecca Lindstrom with her perspective of some of the protesters. She is downtown. Rebecca?
We've been able to get an interesting vantage point from over here. I want to allow my photographer David Brooks to kind of squeeze in here. You see where Faith was earlier. She's on the other side of this crowd. And alongside here, you have people who are just walking up. They're talking with these officers, a lot of conversations taking place. You are seeing some very serious conversations. You are also seeing some laughter, some having fun, kind of rapport. So a lot of dialogue that's happening right here. But if we pan and we look, you've got that front layer of police that are blocking folks from walking up Centennial Olympic Park. And then you've got the National Guard that is creating another line of just another barrier so that people cannot get past that point, or so that they are able to respond if things do get out of control, if things do turn violent. So a lot of force out here. And what was really interesting to me as we were driving into the city is just the difference between the streets. When you are driving, it is silent, much like the images we saw with the pandemic, with people sheltering in place. The streets are absolutely empty until you get to the Capitol, where it is lined with law enforcement, until you get to the courthouse, lined in law enforcement. And then when you get to these areas where people are congregating, then you see this large police force as well. But it's just in these little spots throughout the city. Everywhere else is just empty and it is silent. And I think as I was talking with some folks, asking them what they hope to accomplish today, you know, as we have entered into Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and they say we're getting our voice heard. You know, just being here allows people to know that we're not going to stop, we're not going to sit down and take it, that we want justice, we want answers, we want more dialogue, we want more communication. And so we're going to continue showing up so that they see this isn't just something that happens and then we all forget about it in a week. So again, even if you have intermittent chants, even if some people leave and more people come, the folks that are here say we're meeting the objective because we are having solidarity, we are continuing the dialogue, continuing the discussion, and continuing to show that this is important to us. So again, here with the crowd, you know, the numbers of people have kind of gone up and down in waves throughout the day. The police have been taking shifts on that front line. Certainly the folks that are right up against them on that front line are the most vocal. They are the ones chanting. They are the ones that, you know, are showing and expressing the energy and the anger of this moment. And so the police at this point in time are just standing there, listening to it, letting them be heard, and then, you know, they'll rotate out. They'll take these shifts, and then another crew of officers will come in and will hold that line. And I have noticed, as it could be complete coincidence, but the shift that came to stand at the front is wearing more body armor, more reinforcement than the officers that were there before. But I think, again, it's just kind of giving everyone a chance to have a break, to listen. But what I really like are these conversations that are happening off on the side, because, you know, while these officers are standing there and letting them chant and express their frustrations, others have said it's the dialogue, it's the conversations and the being understood, and that's really going to move this discussion forward and allow the real message to be heard. So I am grateful that these officers and that people here that are at this protest feel comfortable enough to go up to some of these officers and talk to them and try to have these conversations. Cheryl?
It's such an interesting perspective that photojournalist David Brooks was able to give us, just watching those conversations take place, because just a little bit earlier, Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields said there is so much happening simultaneously in the department.
her officers, she said, under tremendous pressure. Today, she fired 2 officers for excessive force against a Morehouse and Spelman students. And then there is an officer in the ICU after getting hit with an ATV. And she said her hope is that her officers could show the community a different kind of policing. And she said we have to rise to that standard. And those conversations you're pointing out, I think, is the goal that she had hoped to accomplish.
And I know right now the focus is on downtown Atlanta, but earlier today we were in Kennesaw at a protest that was organized by a recent graduate from Kennesaw State University. About 200, 300 people came out. They walked from the university to downtown Kennesaw, and they said they were really pleased to see that officers in that case kind of came alongside them, blocking traffic. It was not an organized event, you know, as far as police being called in, permits, anything like that, but they blocked traffic, they passed out water, and then they just walked through the crowd talking with people and having discussions. And at one point in time, a lieutenant was in the middle of this big circle of people, and he didn't feel threatened. There was nothing threatening about it. He was just answering questions, and more importantly, he said he was listening. And when they broke up and everyone went their ways, everyone said that was what really made them feel good about that moment. It was peaceful, but also that there was listening taking place with the people who they feel need to hear it, the police officers. And when we talked with the police officers afterward, and I said, what was it like, you know, walking through the crowds, and what were the messages that they were sharing? They just said they were so grateful. They said they need to hear it. They can empathize, they can try to put themselves in their shoes, but they admit that many of them are not walking day in and day out the lives and experiencing what they're experiencing. So it's good for them to be able to take that time, that pause, that reflection, and just listen. And so again, it's exactly what we're seeing here. While there is a strong defense, while they are going to work to maintain peace and protect property here, there's listening that is taking place in some of the spots where it's able to happen. And hopefully this is going to open up a lot more forums for these kinds of dialogues and conversations to take place.
All right, Rebecca, thank you so much for that perspective. We appreciate that view, getting to kind of see a little bit behind the line there. We have been with Faith Abube earlier in the evening, and we've seen the front shot of that. We've seen the protesters and the police in the distance, so good to see that. Speaking of Faith, let's go with her, or rather we are having some issues with Faith's live shot, but we'll try and get to her in just a little bit. About an hour ago, the mayor and police chief announced 2 of the officers involved in the situation you just heard us talking about, that use of force arrest, as Mayor Bottoms described it last night, involving 2 students, one from Morehouse, one from Spelman. 2 officers involved have been fired, and 3 others are now on desk duty.
Sometime during the night, I saw a very disturbing video of 2 young college students who were in downtown Atlanta yesterday evening. And it was disturbing on many levels, the least of not which was that there clearly was an excessive use of force. We understand that our officers are working very long hours under an enormous amount of stress. But we also understand that the use of excessive force is never acceptable. After review of that footage, Chief Shields and I have made the determination that 2 of the officers involved in the incident last night will be terminated immediately. The other 3 officers are right now on desk duty, pending further determination of what, if any, appropriate action, disciplinary action, should be taken against them.
We have been handed an enormous obstacle and have, by and large, done it as well as we could in the space that we are being afforded. These folks are going out every day. They're getting pelted with rocks, knives thrown at them, ongoing gunshots. It's an unpleasant space to be in. But that does not relieve us of our responsibilities. And we have a responsibility when we handle any incident not to escalate the incident and not to further cause harm or injury. To be fair, I knew it was bad, but I really wanted to believe that the body-worn camera footage would provide some larger view that could better rationalize why we got to this space. And having spent most of the afternoon with the mayor reviewing the footage exhaustively, I knew that I had only one option, and that is to terminate the employees.
This is a view from the 17th Street Bridge just a little bit ago as protesters are laying on the bridge, many on their stomachs with their hands behind their back, and they are chanting, "I can't breathe," George Floyd's final words. That group has been growing over the last 30 minutes or so, and Atlanta police are blocking the entrances from the 17th Street Bridge onto the highway. So that is one location of protesters that we are watching. Again, that is all peaceful, as is the group of protesters closer to Centennial Olympic Park. Faith Abube has been with that group for quite some time, and I just saw you tweet that one of the protesters said this was actually kind of boring. They have been there for quite some time. It has been very quiet, and now we're about an hour and 20 minutes away, Faith, from the curfew going into effect for the city of Atlanta.
Yeah, so just to paint a picture for people at home who haven't seen that tweet. So we were standing a little closer to the crowd there, just trying to see exactly what was going on. They've been chanting for a while, and we saw a shirtless guy standing on top of one of the garbage cans there, and he, out of nowhere, he just said, "Oh, this is boring," and he said it in a more colorful language than I'm saying it right now. But basically the sense was that people just standing here, being respectful, being peaceful wasn't enough, that he expected a little bit more action, which is exactly what many of the organizers here have been saying we don't want. We want to be able to voice our opinions. We want to be able to voice our concerns without turning this into a violent night. We want this to be peaceful. But it seems like there are maybe a few people who might be in this group who might not be wanting that or might not have the same goal as the organizers of these protests. But as far as the larger group itself, though, again, these organizers have been saying over and over again, if police tell you to move back, move back. Everything needs to be peaceful. Just speak your mind without getting in the officers' faces. Some of the officers have been able to talk to some of the protesters here. I told you earlier, there's one police officer who's walking amongst the protesters, and once in a while he would talk to someone, basically put his hands on top of their shoulders to let them know, hey, I'm listening to you. I'm here for you. You can speak to me. You can voice your opinions. You can voice your frustrations, and I'm listening to you. So that's helped in de-escalating some of the tensions here. But once in a while, you hear them cheering. You hear them chanting. They keep chanting Black Lives Matter. There's several other chants all evening long. That Jeep right there just pulled up about maybe 5 minutes ago. And just like we told you earlier, there are several people in this crowd who are here just to hand out snacks and drinks. And that's exactly what that truck pulled up doing. The person you see there in the blue shorts, as you see, it's happening right now on TV. He's giving out snacks to protesters who've been here. Some of them have been here since 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So as you can imagine, they might be tired, they might be hungry, they might be thirsty. So you have people like that guy who've been coming here just offering the protesters water, offering them some snacks just to refuel them as they continue this evening. Now, as far as the curfew, I've been talking to a few people here, just asking them, hey, do you plan to leave once the curfew goes into effect at 9 p.m.? And we've gotten a mixed bag of responses. We have some protesters who say yes. At 9 p.m. or right before 9 p.m., we're going to pack up. We're going to go home. We actually have the people who we showed you earlier who had the snack stand right next to us. They've already packed up. They've left. They are very aware that that curfew starts at 9 p.m. And yesterday, it was right around 9 p.m. when things started getting a little out of control. Not as bad as Friday, but just a little out of control. So some people have said, okay, yes, at 9 p.m. I'll make sure I leave here. But then we have other people who've told us, no, I don't think I'm going to leave at 9 p.m. because during the pandemic, there was no curfew here per se at 9 p.m. So why should we have a curfew we feel like the mayor is stifling free speech, and we don't agree with that, so we're going to stay here past 9 p.m. One of the people I spoke with was telling me about last night. She was one of the people who stayed yesterday past the curfew, and she said the protesters were still very respectful and after 9 p.m. and it was the police officers who were agitated in the situation. But again, I wasn't here yesterday, so I don't know how that escalated last night, but it seems there are people here who feel like they need to stay past the curfew and that they are not going to comply with that curfew starting at 9 p.m. But there are some who plan to leave at 9, guys.
Sure that they're okay with that. All right, Faith, thank you so much. We appreciate that reporting. This is a view now of Athens, a classic city. Back behind those trees there is the famous arch in downtown Athens. This is Broad and College, a protest that is going on out there. A very large crowd also in the streets there, blocking that intersection. And so that is a big crowd out there. Many people saying that it has been peaceful out there. It does seem that they have been there for quite some time. So a large group of protesters in downtown Athens. Athens, just one other location in the state of Georgia where we are seeing people come out to protest in the wake of the death of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and many others, chanting Black Lives Matter, hoping to support that cause and bring more attention and justice to that issue as well. So again, this is a live look right now in downtown Athens, just outside the University of Georgia, the arch right there, a very big symbol of the University of Georgia, the 3 pillars representing wisdom, justice, and moderation. It does appear as though that crowd is starting to disperse though there, but it did appear to be a very large group of people that had gathered there.
Yeah, interesting that we are seeing that in Athens today. We had a crew in Kennesaw earlier. We know there was a smaller protest in Marietta, so it has moved beyond downtown Atlanta proper for sure. And to see that perspective there from UGA, really interesting. And it stuck out to me when you said wisdom and justice for one of the pillars there as well. We have crews all over the city tonight. We want to take another moment to check in with Rebecca Lindstrom, who is near Centennial Olympic Park, kind of on the other side of this group of protesters from Faith Abube, who we talked to just a little bit ago, and very close to the police presence and the National Guard there. Rebecca, we know that 3,000 National Guard members are available to use, but the mayor has implored everyone to keep it peaceful tonight, really hoping that on this third night it would have a very different ending than we had seen. Although last night, for the most part, was peaceful, much more so, of course, than Friday.
And I know that there has been a big effort throughout the day to continue that level of peace. So it will be interesting to see after the curfew whether that continues. I know anytime.
We're going to check on her audio. We were kind of signaling to her. It's very loud in that crowd, so she's going to work on her microphone there. But I haven't seen the crowd size change much, Jennifer, except on the 17th Street Bridge, where there was a group that has gathered within the last 45 minutes. But at Centennial Olympic Park, it's been pretty consistent. We did have a group as well walking past the state capitol at one point earlier today. But it seems like the protesters who have come, some very early in the afternoon, have stayed for all these hours.
Yeah, and we do understand that there have been various groups that have been using these same spaces. They've kind of crossed paths at various points this afternoon. But again, this a very different scene from what we saw on Friday when this began, a much smaller crowd in comparison to that. I know, Cheryl, we've been talking about the protests that have been at various places throughout this, the state of Georgia. We just were getting a live look in Athens. You mentioned Marietta. We saw some protests in Gwinnett County yesterday as well. So this is something that we are starting to see spread. Again, a very different shot here in Athens. It appears that that crowd has mostly dispersed, maybe a few more people lingering out there as that protest looks to be coming to a close in Athens.
Right. All right, let's go back to Rebecca Lindstrom. Listen, I appreciate all the work you guys are doing out there. It's very hard to have all that technology on the move. So thanks in advance for all the work under these conditions, Rebecca.
Certainly, and really it's nothing compared to the police and even to the protesters who are out here. And I know that there's a lot of emotion. You can hear it in their chants. You can hear it in the messages and the things that they're trying to communicate. And they are doing an amazing job at just trying to calm each other when things might get out of hand, because they understand the value of a peaceful protest tonight. And we don't know what's going to happen at 9. That's always kind of the big question. As you mentioned earlier, things stayed fairly calm last night. Certainly that is the hope again tonight, but no doubt that there is a police presence here should that change. And not only a police presence, I don't know if David's able to get in here, but as we showed earlier, you've got several lines of Atlanta police officers, but then as you move back, you have a line of National Guard. Obviously, Georgia had access to the National Guard deployed to help with the pandemic. The question is whether some of these are now moving from cleaning nursing homes to providing frontline defense against potential violence. Certainly a question to be asked at press conferences throughout the week, but they are here, they were available, they were called into action, and so they are available to be here, Cheryl. But again, fairly calm right now. And, I talked to some of the people that are here today, and I asked them, are you going to stay after 9 or are you going to go home? And nobody's really committed to an answer. I think everyone is just sort of waiting to see what happens at 9. Cheryl?
Yeah, it's interesting. The view that you're giving us from the camera is very interesting. If David wants to stay on the crowd, he sure can. But Mayor Bottoms had said today that we as a people are strongest when we use our voices to heal our city instead of using our hands to tear it down. And on this third night, hoping that we won't see any vandalism that we've seen in the other nights. So I want to bring in Ron Jones, Rebecca, as well, a former police officer who really has such knowledge about, the tactical decisions and the community policing decisions. Right. Ron, as you're seeing what Rebecca's showing us, what stands out to you?
Okay, so the tactical move that those officers are making is remarkable right now. And the reason being is because they are trying to connect with the folks there on the street before it turns to nightfall. If I'm an officer in uniform there, if I'm an officer there on the street, there's people talking to my head at the same time, but if I'm an officer on the street right now, what I would be doing is doing exactly what those officers are doing. I'm connecting with those folks out there. I'm trying to start a conversation. I'm trying to find some folks who are going to be a lot more supportive when nightfall comes upon us, because that's when we have traditionally seen that the violence usually begins. But Rebecca, I don't know if you can still hear me. It appears that that's exactly what those officers are doing. They're trying to connect with them. This is a live look once again. Look at the officer on the left-hand side and also on the right-hand side of your screen. He still has the shield, he still has the helmet, he still has the body armor, but he's doing everything he can to connect with the folks before it gets nightfall. The other thing that's remarkable about the Atlanta Police Department, which is awesome for these officers to be able to connect with the community, many of them are embedded. Many of them are embedded in the community. They live right there in the community. They look like them, they talk like them, they walk like them, so that means that those in the community can connect with them. And Rebecca, I know that some folks are chanting out there, but are you seeing a connection between some of the officers there and the community?
Absolutely. It's one of the things we were talking about earlier is you have some officers, as you said, who are walking through the crowd, and when some moments get tough or tensions rise, they just kind of put a hand on them and say, I'm listening, I'm here, talk to me, tell me about it. And then here on the fringes, you've got obviously the line where the chanting is taking place, where a lot of the anger and frustration is being expressed. But then when you get off to the sides, you're just having dialogue, and people are just interacting with people in a way. They're asking questions, they are getting a chance to express their feelings, and these officers have been here for hours just talking with anyone who wants to walk up and talk with them. I did notice earlier, Ron, and I'll ask you.
And I think
there was a line that didn't have quite as much gear on, and they moved back, while obviously some officers with more gear, the face shields, took over that front line. It seemed to occur when some of the chanting picked up, the crowd pushed in a little bit closer. I'm imagining they're all just keeping a really close watch on this situation and deciding what formation they need to be in for any given situation.
So I think this is what's happening right now. We're getting closer to the 9 o'clock hour. We're just, an hour and 10 minutes away. And so you're going to have that shift where you have those folks, the officers in the more tactical gear, to move up to the front line. Hopefully they can have a conversation, engage with these, with the protesters out there. But if it becomes violent, the curfew kicks in. The curfew is a tool for these police officers to act. They're going to tell the protesters to disperse. And then we may see the same thing that happened last night, the tear gas and the arrest with the zip ties. Hopefully it doesn't get to that, but that's what they're doing. They just made the shift where you had the other officers in plain uniform move to the back, and those with tactical gear move to the front.
And you mentioned those zip ties. You see them on the waistband of every single officer, for the most part, out here. They don't want to use them, but they are ready. And again, I'll have David shift over so that we can see the National Guard, which is standing behind them. What is the difference in the role, do you know, between what the police officers are here to do and what the National Guard is able to do if this were to erupt?
I would think initially it's all about optics. I mean, if I have the National Guard up front and they've got the shields, they've got the body armor, they're in more militaristic gear and they're up front, and a lot of these folks in the National Guard, some are from the community, but many of them are not, just different parts of Georgia. So I would have my officers from Atlanta PD up front to connect with the protesters up there to have the conversation. But you may see that shift once again tactically, where you'll see the National Guard move up as we get closer to curfew time. But I believe that optically it's better to keep those guys back and let the police officers connect the best they can before anything happens. And I just want to bring this out too to Cheryl as well, and Cheryl and Jennifer, we talked about this earlier this week. That's why it's so important for your officers to reflect the demographics of your community. If your officers reflect the demographic of your community, it's a better chance that you'll be able to connect with your community and hopefully not have as much violence during protests such as this.
And Ron, it was really interesting to hear Chief Shields talking today about what her officers kind of in total are facing, and she said they're under enormous stress, but she said that's not an excuse. She said we understand they still have to meet a level and a standard, and it's why she terminated 2 officers today, the 2 officers who pulled out the college students, a young woman and a young man from Spelman and Morehouse. They looked over those body camera videos. She said, you know, they're under tremendous pressure. They're getting rocks and knives thrown at them, but she said we have to, in this moment, show that we're going to make the decisions that build trust in the community. And she said that decision to fire the 2 officers is an example of that. And what we're seeing play out in the video live on TV right now is also an example of that.
I'd say some of the shining moments that we've seen too. I'm sorry, go ahead, Ron.
No, I was going to say it's unfortunate, real quick, Jay Bell. It's unfortunate those officers had to be fired. But the one thing that officers also remember, you signed up for this. This is part of your job. You know you're going to run into protests, you're going to run into violent situations, whether it's a felony car stop or maybe just giving out somebody a ticket for running a stop sign. It's all part of the job. And yes, it's extremely stressful. It can be, you know, unappreciated, an unappreciated job, but still, you have to still maintain your composure and be professional in those situations. The last thing I want to say is, they usually, Cheryl and J-Bell, usually when they go through the academy, they go through critical incidents where they mimic protest, you know, so they're prepared, try to be prepared for each and every situation. So when the real thing happens, mentally, physically, and tactically, they're ready, Cheryl.
All right, Ron, appreciate that. We want to go now to Andrew Young International Boulevard. We got a look here of just a lot of law enforcement lined up along the street there. I get the sense, Jennifer, that they're starting to just get in position for when the curfew happens, about an hour and 5 minutes from now. Knowing that last night they were just arresting people for violating the curfew and being very vocal that that was the plan and that was what was going to happen. So maybe getting in position in some way, anticipating what may or may not happen in just over an hour.
Yeah, and that has been something that we have been seeing, especially as the National Guard has been pulled in as well. Some staging, some people preparing for nightfall to come, especially after what we started and saw on Friday evening. I did want to mention, you know, some of the shining moments that we have seen throughout all of this, and not just here in Atlanta, but across the country, have been those moments of connection. I think a lot of people responded very well after they saw Chief Shields in the middle of the protest Friday evening, speaking to the people that were out there, getting their opinions, hearing their views. We had another story on 11alive.com highlighting one of the officers that was doing such a wonderful job of speaking and connecting with everyone else that was out there in the midst of those crowds. That I think the video of him going viral, and that's some of the other moments that we have seen other places as well. People protecting some of the law enforcement officers from various cities where those protests were going as well.
You know, Jennifer, we wanted to take a shot on the chopper now. This is right at Spring and North Avenue in Midtown, where another group is gathering, and it'll be interesting to see. They're starting to move now away from that car. A lot of them have signs. They're starting to walk together, and what's stands out to me on this third night is it feels like there are pockets that are quite organized. We saw that certainly over the 17th Street Bridge as hundreds of demonstrators gathered there in a single moment, laid on the ground with their arms behind their back, representing the arrest and death of George Floyd. And again, this is at Spring and North Avenue. Another group here doing the same thing, laying down on the street, and they are, Chopper's in and out a little bit as they're maneuvering through the town, through the city there. But these groups of protesters that have organized to meet at certain times and to lay on the ground in demonstrating the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. And it is quite organized. And I was thinking back to a tweet that Congressman John Lewis had shared late last night, asking these young people, saying, organize, demonstrate, do sit-ins, stand up, vote, be constructive, not destructive, but really imploring them to organize. He had written, quote, "I know your pain, your rage, your sense of despair and hopelessness. Justice is indeed been denied for far too long, but we must organize." John Lewis, iconic civil rights activist and current congressman, saying that, and you are seeing some organization in a way we've not seen it in the last two nights, Jennifer.
Yeah, and as that continues to move on, we are foreseeing the law enforcement presence standing close by, not really, you know, moving them along or anything, but doing their job to protect that group as well from the oncoming traffic as well. Let's move back to Athens to get another look and kind of see a very different shot here. Most of the people have left this area, but you know, earlier this hour we saw the crowds blocking that entire intersection there at Broad and College just before the arch at the University of Georgia, where people were protesting there. So the crowd has certainly thinned out there, but as we have been monitoring the different locations, we're certainly seeing people move. We're seeing people shift from one location to another. So we'll kind of keep an ear out about what's going on there in Athens as well.
Let's go back to Centennial Olympic Park with 11 Alive reporter Faith Abube, who has been in that area. Faith, you know, it really stood out to me when you talked to the young woman in her cap and gown, a new graduate of high school, and she was there with her father. The two generations there being part of these peaceful protests that are happening on this third night here in Atlanta. Of the people you've been talking to and the people you've been meeting, what are the stories that are really standing out to you?
So I see a lot of students, not just the high school student we just talked to, but I literally just finished talking to another student across the street, and she's a college graduate, just graduated 3 weeks ago, And she said, I don't know what the future holds just yet. I'm still trying to figure it all out, but I felt like it was important for me to be here to support the cause and let people know that we don't stand for violence against people of color. So that's why she and her group of friends came here to support the protesters. We've also talked to people who've just been standing on the fringes. They're just standing around, just watching the protesters, and that's really the reason why they came here. They wanted to watch this. They believe this is history in the making. The 2020 protests, they've been trending on Twitter because these protests are happening all across the country, and they feel like this is a moment in history, and they want to witness it. So they are standing a little bit back from the group of protesters in front of police, and they're just watching as everything unfolds. And that's really a testament to the mood here. There hasn't been any violence so far, so people feel safe enough to be here to watch what's going on. As I told you earlier, and excuse that person who just walked by with the profanity there, but as we were telling you earlier, there was someone here in the crowd basically saying things are boring because, you know, all they've been doing is chanting and chanting and chanting. And he insinuated that he wanted a little bit more action, and nobody really responded to him. They're now singing. They're standing literally in front of the police officers, holding their signs and singing. And police officers haven't been reacting at all. They're just holding their stands, holding their positions, and just letting them vent their frustrations, sing if they want to, chant if they want to. And when it's all done, hopefully they'll go home at 9 p.m. But as we were telling you earlier, some people plan to stay here even past the curfew because they think that's also part of the protest. They don't want their voices to be silenced at 9 p.m. when that curfew goes into effect, Cheryl.
And I know, Faith, just our vantage point towards the protesters, it's funny, I was just going to mention the line of
Andrew Young International Boulevard. That is that area right where those barricades are, and I can't even see through the smoke to see the barricades, so that would be the same from the police who would be looking in the other direction. It causes a lot of confusion, and we are 30 seconds away now from the start of the curfew in the city of Atlanta.
And you know, the other thing you have to think about, if I'm an officer or if I'm the command officer on the other side of that smoke, if someone has a weapon on the other side of the smoke, if there's an agitator who has a weapon, I can't see them. I can't see them firing into the crowd, or firing at my officers. So that's why those officers do everything they can as quickly as possible to get that smoke out of the way so they can have a clear view of the people in front of them. Hopefully there's no one who is thinking like that I'm going to fire at the officers through the smoke, but the officers are thinking that. I need to get this out of the way so I can see where the threat is in front of me.
Yeah, and Ron, as we have this shot of the Waffle House, we can see the windows, the doors all boarded up there. That after Friday night where the damage was done out there. We've kind of lost that Lou right there. But that is where we have seen it. It is now 9 o'clock, a few seconds after, and so the curfew is in place here in the city of Atlanta. And as you can see, still quite a number of people still out there along Andrew Young International Boulevard in downtown Atlanta. Does not appear as if people are necessarily heading for the exits, although we are seeing a couple of folks jog away. I'm not sure if they are coming from a different purpose out there tonight, but it does appear as if that is that skirmish line right under those traffic signals in the distance there, and we do see these protesters that are still out there, a handful of signs still out there, but people remaining to mow in the streets, and now we're seeing them take off running once again. Not sure why. I don't see any smoke in the distance there. If there is, it's a small amount, but we are seeing some of the folks running. But again, when we do see people run, it seems people run and then they slowly make their way back to their original positions, and that appears to be some of what we're seeing.
Yeah. And from the number of vantage points we have from, I think, 3 different crews on the ground and also the helicopter, it is really important to note that the group you're seeing now is very small, comparatively speaking, to what we have seen over the last couple hours. Through the 5 and 6 and 7 o'clock hours, there were easily thousands of people in the city of Atlanta peacefully marching. Some were lying on the street in quiet protest. This is a very small group compared to what we have seen throughout the course of the evening leading up to what we are now in that curfew. This sort of is maybe that group wanting to make the last stand against the police and National Guard that are in place, Ron.
Yeah, I believe so. And you know, just based upon what Governor Kemp said last night, that he's going to extend this out, you know, making sure that he has his National Guardsmen out there for the next week. I really believe that the state and the city, they have enough intelligence or information rather, that tells them that this may be a problem for days to come. Hopefully it's not, but it could be a problem for days to come. And ladies, I've been monitoring what's been taking place all over the country from different networks, you know, whether it's in Chicago, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Minneapolis, obviously, and it seems like this is going to be a continuous thing for days to come. And I believe that this is what the state and the city is anticipating and preparing for as well.
Interesting as you're talking, Ron. Really quickly, Ron, I just wanted to mention something. As you were talking, I've just noticed more and more of them are starting to kneel on the street there, holding signs up, just sort of staking a position, maybe anticipating police walking towards them. But I just wanted to make that observation. I see a group of them here that are now kneeling on the street, holding signs up, just kind of and staying put. And that's against the backdrop of the flashing lights that we're seeing in the background, and that's not even, you know, the traffic lights are there as well, but we're seeing the flashing lights in the distance from law enforcement as they could possibly be moving closer and closer to this area where it seems as if we have a significant amount of protesters. Again, it does seem that some of them, from some of the other views that we have shown you,
have moved away, have dispersed in some form, but this does seem to be a group that wants to be here for quite some time. And again, we are just about 4 minutes after the curfew going into effect here in the city of Atlanta, and this group does remain. And so we'll have to kind of wait and see what happens with law enforcement now that the curfew is in place.
And if you're just joining us, we're looking at
And,
Centennial Olympic Park Drive, right at
situation-
Andrew Young Boulevard, right there near Skyview. This is where this kind of standoff is taking place. Ron?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, we don't know this. APD is not going to tell us this. But usually in situations like this, when there's a large crowd, the anticipation of any type of violence, you have undercover officers there as well who are amongst the protesters, who are trying to give information back to some of the command center, letting them know who the specific ringleader is or ringleaders are, and or what the tone is, what the conversation is, what the strategy may be amongst the protesters there, and how they need to negotiate that situation. So even though we see a lot of folks there in civilian attire, you may have 1 or 2 undercover officers who are working on the other side there, trying to feed information to the command center to help them in their strategy in moving forward.
And again, this looks like the same shot, but it does look like the people have moved a little bit closer to whatever might be their skirmish line, Ron. It does seem like they're kind of grouping up underneath those traffic signals there. And again, you can see as it gets darker and darker out, you can see those flashing lights from the law enforcement vehicles that we had shown you earlier from the opposite side with the location where our reporters were. Cheryl, Ron, I'm not sure if y'all can see, but does that appear to be the police? Maybe on the other side of the intersection there? I'm not quite sure if that line of officers has gotten closer, if that's them.
I know it's kind of difficult, but it appears that they have shields and they're standing there as well. Is that what you're seeing, Cheryl?
Yeah, to me, that's what it looks like. It looks like the officers with the shields, and then the vehicles, the armored vehicles behind them with the National Guard behind them, like almost as a second layer. And at this point, it seems like a fairly equal number of officers per protesters on the other side of that intersection.
Yeah.
And then we know also as well that the National Guard is back there as well. Maybe not right behind them, but we do know that there was a significant number of National Guard troops that were back behind that as well.
Yeah, it just seems like there's a little standoff here. But I don't believe the police are just standing there just to be standing there. Everything they do is intentional. It could be that they're buying time to get reinforcements to come from another angle. I mean, I have no idea, but they're not just standing there for no reason. And the other thing that we're missing, obviously, is if someone from the police department has a bullhorn who is communicating with them saying the curfew is in full effect, it is 0 tolerance, go home. They could be giving them orders like that too. Those are the elements that we're missing right now. Because obviously we had to get our crews out of there for their safety, but that could be the conversation right now.
And that is what we understand was happening in previous nights, Ron, when we did have some folks out there later into the evening that they were issuing those commands. So that is likely what we are kind of seeing. Again, there doesn't seem to be too much action in terms of those who are still out there remaining, moving away or trying to leave at this point. And so it does pretty much seem to be a standoff right now.
Last night, Atlanta police made 157 arrests. And Chief Shields said in a press conference today that they were ready to make arrests as needed. And her thought was they needed to do that for the safety of everyone involved, for protesters, for police, and also to prevent further damage in the city as well. So 157 arrests
and
last
we're seeing
night.
them run off again.
Yep, now they're starting to run again.
What happened, if something was thrown or if there was, not sure, but that did look to be a significant portion of the people that were gathered right there that just took off and ran down the road there. But again, what we have seen is
but just like a
they'll
wave,
run and come back.
you know,
exactly.
like a wave in the sea, they just go right back. Yeah. They go right back. So,
Ron, from your experience in law enforcement, at what point do officers make a move towards arrest? Because as of 8 minutes ago, anyone
they're
who's-
moving now.
They're
I'm
still
sorry,
moving?
Cheryl, but it appears that they're moving right now.
Okay.
I can't really tell, but I thought they're moving right now. But everything is based upon what the command center determines and what whoever is the supervisor there on the skirmish
All right,
line.
let's go to Brendan, who's right in front of this
decision.
line. Brendan, I'm glad to have your street perspective. Tell us what you're seeing and what you know.
Yeah, okay, here, right now, we have the Georgia National Guard. We're gonna widen out here. Let me get out of the frame so you can see. I'm sorry it's hard to hear me, because I've got my gas mask on because they just fired off gas. For a while, I was the only one out here with a gas mask who could actually stand here. What we have right now is the Georgia National Guard with their shields out, and then you have, let me move the mask for just a second. What you have is the Georgia National Guard standing there with their shields out, and then you've got two men right now who are basically in a standoff with them with their hands up. There's another cordon of police that are down Centennial Olympic Park Boulevard, and they are pushing back the other protesters. So now there's basically two lines. Let me put the mask back on. There's still a little bit of gas in the air. It's got a little, not just a little stinging. Hopefully you can still hear me. But here's what you have. We're not in the thick of it. We're back a little bit. But you've got this line, and this is if you know where the tabernacle is. Okay, that was fireworks. Don't be too shocked by that. It's just fireworks set off by the protesters. Right now, there's no gas other than a little residual in the air. Every time one of those goes off, everybody starts running. So right now, though, the National Guard is not advancing. What they're doing, let me just step back in here for a second. What they're doing is just holding a line right here. All they're doing is holding a line. And they're trying to keep this area secure. This is the area that leads up to the CNN Center, is that way. Just to orient you, the blue light you see on me right now is from the Ferris wheel. That's where we are. Everybody knows that location. Only a few protesters left. Others are running into the city toward the Westland and the America's Mart area right now. At this point, though, we're not seeing any more skirmishes. Okay, Charles, can you see this over here? We got some armored vehicles with the National Guard that are now advancing. So you have the National Guard advancing. It looks like they're going to break this line right now because they're going to move. They're moving this way, Charles. We're safe. We're out of it.
I was going to ask you, Brendan.
We're
Brendan,
okay.
this is Ron Jones. I was just going to ask you. I see that you have a
go ahead,
gas
Ron.
mask on, and I can see the troops. And I can see the troops moving. How difficult is it for you to breathe and operate with that gas mask on?
It's hard. I mean, you know, you're laboring through. This is a HEPA filter, multiple layers of it. This one has been with me through the Iraq War. I wore it in Kuwait in '03 during the invasion. That's when I first got this gas mask. Then also in Iraq. That was when Scud missiles with chemical weapons were being fired on Kuwait City. I also wore this in Ferguson. So we've got. Sorry, we just got some protesters that are trying to get in the camera, which is fine. So,
well, hold on a minute here, Brendan. We're being told that this is near Centennial Park. Is this where this is? What we're looking at right now, Diana?
Yeah, Atlanta police are now
Centennial and Andrew
marching
Young
up the
International.
street.
You can see that the police are moving the protesters through along, and they're using gas at the same time.
Are you with me? Can you guys still hear me?
We can hear you, Brendan.
All right, if you guys are still with me, good. Sorry about that. This is Lucky Street. You can see the Waffle House there in the distance. The National Guard is pushing that line forward. This is exactly the same thing that happened last night. Exact same way, same direction and everything. Now look, I'm going to pull the mask back just a little further. Go ahead. Sorry.
Keep going,
Okay,
Brendan.
sorry,
We
I
can
was
hear
just,
you.
I just heard you guys interrupted. I apologize. Okay, good. Sorry, folks. Look, I'm going to pull the mask back for just a second. It's got like a little bit of a burn or a crispness to it. It's a very distinct smell. If you've ever been in one of these situations, it burns the eyes, the throat. Right now, it's dissipated enough that I can take the mask back. You can see the National Guard troops are still wearing their masks, so it's very possible that gas will be deployed. see they're regrouping to form a new line right here. Again, we are safe where we are. Not trying to talk about my decades of experience here, but I've been doing 3 decades of protests and demonstrations like this. I feel very comfortable with where we are. We're actually behind the police line, totally safe here. Here they are regrouping. Apologize for the change in the shot. They're coming your way over here, Charles. And I will tell you, you're talking about trying to breathe through that mask. You're trying to breathe through, imagine trying to take like the filter from your HVAC system and trying to breathe through it while running with a whole bunch of equipment on your back. The other thing is, I don't know what gas they're using. This is my first experience with this gas where it burns the skin as well as the eyes and the throat. Once I got the mask on, we were fine. The way these masks are designed, you actually put the mask over your face and then pull the strap back. So the second I saw gas coming around the corner, I had the mask over my face and I didn't get any. But some other folks right next to me were overcome. I mean, it's instantaneous. There's no resisting it. You have to give in to the gas at that point. It's involuntary at that point. Okay, so here again, let's just regroup and tell you what we're looking at. This is Lucky Street. Here, sorry about that, Charles. I'm going to walk around just to show you what we're looking at. This is Lucky Street right here. Ted's Montana Grill is up there at the end of the street. And then you've got the Tabernacle right here. They have been pretty much leaving us alone. Once they see our media credentials, I did have a weapon pointed at me with a flashlight, but the minute they saw our media credentials, they looked away. We are exempt from the curfew so that we can actually bring you this information and keep the public informed. Guys, any questions from what you're seeing back there? Or what we're looking at is through a straw. You can see the big picture.
What commands are you hearing from, it looks like that's the captain or whoever's in charge, the squad leader. What is he saying to the troops here as they're lining up? What is he yelling to them?
Yeah, that's a good question. So what we have, looks like we have MPs, that would be their MOS, their military operational specialty. These are National Guard troops, so this isn't regular Army. The commander-in-chief of the Georgia National Guard is the governor. Governor Kemp is the commander-in-chief of the National Guard, not the president. So these are troops under state orders. They are also your neighbors and your co-workers. These are citizen soldiers. They have regular jobs like you and me, and they have been called into service. So what they have is your standard command structure. So you're going to have the NCOs, the non-commissioned officers, those are your sergeants, and then they're going to be commanding platoons, and they're also going to have above them officers. The officers and also the senior enlisted, which is the non-commissioned officers, are barking out orders. What they're saying is to hold the line. They're telling them where to hold the line, but at this point, they're not facing any resistance down Lucky Street. So at this point, this is just sort of a safety backstop. What's the real line is down here, and I don't know if you can walk with me. Can you walk with me, Charles? See if we can walk together. I'm going to take the mask off for just a minute and reload it, get it ready to deploy. Let me put my earpiece back. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so Charles is walking with me. Charles Holmes, photojournalist. We have we're at the back of the line. You've got the National Guard soldiers off to camera. And then there seems to be some white shirts. Those are the commanders with the Atlanta Police Department are currently coordinating with the National Guard over what the next steps are. Where we are is behind the line, where these are the Georgia State Patrol and SWAT vehicles that are holding up the back of the line. And then the front, if you will, where the officers are holding a line with the protesters is further down here, down Centennial Olympic Park Boulevard. As you're looking at that shot now. I apologize, it's very dark right here, but that's where you can see that they've got a line that they're holding. They're not advancing at this point. They have done this sort of method of fire the tear gas, wait for the crowd to disperse. That buys them territory. Then they're moving forward. We've seen all but the diehards leave the area. There are still some diehard protesters here, demonstrators, who are here in violation of the curfew. And we can expect to see some arrests if it goes like it did last night.
Yeah, Brendan, that was going to be my next question, actually, about some context to how many protesters you're still seeing at this point, because earlier
well, really just within the last 2 hours, there were still many hundreds, perhaps thousands that were still there. And that has not certainly been what we've been seeing in the last 40 minutes. So the remaining people there on the street is a very small group compared to what had been there through the course of the afternoon and most of the evening, which had been peaceful up until about 8:30, 8:40. We have bicycle police officers now coming. We've heard Atlanta Police also having some officers on ATVs. So this is new. This is the first time State Patrol on ATVs. And we have officers here on bicycles as well. We've seen an increase in the number of officers that are now together in this area around Centennial Olympic Park to clear the people now in violation of the curfew that went into effect 20 minutes ago. It was about 8:40 when we saw the first confrontations between some of the protesters and police, some objects being thrown towards police and some firecrackers being thrown towards police. And that's when police first used the tear gas and started moving their skirmish line towards protesters. At that point, most had gone. This last group that remains is again small in comparison to the many thousands we saw throughout the course of the afternoon and into the early evening hours. So Brendan, if you're still with me, give me some perspective on how many people you're seeing out in the street. It seems from what we're seeing that the number of police officers and National Guard far outnumber the remaining protesters there in downtown Atlanta.
Yeah, I was going to see if I could get a little light on myself, but we're pretty much in a black hole here. Well, actually, Charles is going to fire up the light so I can give you a little perspective. We normally don't like to backlight ourselves in these tactical situations because you make yourself into a silhouette target. But at this point, I just want to calm everybody down that this is not a heavy threatening environment as much as it looks like compared to some of these situations that we've otherwise been in. The other thing we don't want to do is backlight the police officers. You don't want to, and the National Guard's soldiers, we don't want to create a target out of them. To answer your question, we are seeing a much calmer stance right now. They've kind of broken the line. They're regrouping the National Guard troops, and it's in a black hole right now. You're not going to see it in the darkness, but a lot of the officers have relaxed their stance as well. It appears as though there is another line of officers ahead of this one, and we're obviously not going to go up there. We're not going to get between police officers and protesters, but there is another line of sort of the fortification, and that is to the north of us. And that line right now is essentially holding the line, and the officers in the back are able to regroup. All of this is planned. None of this is by accident. This is exactly what happened last night. They had a curfew. That's a line in the sand. We're saying, hey, if you don't get out of here by 9 o'clock, you're in violation of the curfew. And if we cross that line and you're still standing here, then they fire the gas. The gas causes the crowd to disperse. The officers are able to make their advance. They advance the line, and then any stragglers caught up, they can make arrests. But they're driving them really into a net. There's a perimeter around here. We're not giving away any tactics here because this is exactly what happened last night. So we're not telling, anybody that, the police tactics here, because this is exactly the way it went last night. We wouldn't want to give that up. But there's basically a net to the northern part of downtown, and they're driving the protesters who ignored the 9 o'clock curfew into that net, and then some are being arrested for violating the curfew. Others are getting through and presumably going home.
Brendan, there are some arrests happening behind you.
Let's cut our light so we can show more about what's going on here.
Yeah, those are some of the first arrests that we're seeing.
Let me show you what we've got. Yes, sorry about that. Right now, you're looking at National Guard soldiers. The red crosses you see on the backs, those are corpsmen. Those are essentially medical personnel who are there to support the soldiers if they were to be injured. That is standard. The soldiers have their shields up. They are essentially holding a line to keep other protesters from coming back and sort of rejoining the group. But again, this is far more relaxed than it was when I first jumped out here with the gas flying everywhere, just burning the neck and the face. These soldiers have a moment to regroup and to reform and hold the line. If we can, Charles, I don't know how much you can see down in that black hole to the left. It's really dark, and I apologize, but if folks can see there is another line of police beyond the line right in front of you. So right in front of you, you see a couple of white shirts. Those are APD, Atlanta Police Commanders. Then there's some dark shirts. Those are officers. And then there's another line of officers beyond them. They're holding the line, but they are not advancing. So it seems as though right now they're going to say, okay, this was the protest area. We now hold that ground, and you cannot recapture it.
Brendan, to the left of you there, are we seeing buses waiting on standby to take away people that are placed into custody? Is that what we see to the left of the?
No, not right here. Think of this like you're trying to you're a dolphin trying to sort of get a bait ball together and force them into the net, so to speak. It's kind of like that. So the net is not where we are. This is the part forcing people into the net. The net is going to be farther north and farther east into the heart of downtown. That's where there are other officers staged, and there are officers from other departments, including we saw Clayton County Police, we saw some DeKalb Police, Georgia State Patrol, and they are en masse. They also have the streets cordoned off north and east of here. So is it possible to get out of here? Yes, but what they're hoping to do, and this is no special insight, it's just common sense. What they're hoping to do is to try to interdict these guys, these men and women, before they start smashing windows like we saw last night and even more the nights earlier than that. Ron, go ahead with your questions.
Brendan, from your perspective, from where you're standing right now, it appeared that I thought I saw some protesters on the other side of that skirmish line, on the other side of the line that the National Guard is holding.
That's right.
That there were objects being thrown, or the police officers, there are objects being thrown at them. Is that true? Are there protesters on the other side of that line they're holding?
Yes. Yes, there are. And now we see the reinforcements coming in. It's not clear who these officers are. I don't see any markings yet. Okay, Georgia State Patrol. We got Georgia State Patrol, and they are in what we would call full battle rattle. This is helmet. They've got heavy sticks. These are bigger than your standard nightstick that you and I would have used, Ron, back in the day. They've got knee pads. They've got shin guards. I mean, this is ready for battle kind of gear. They are standing by back here as sort of a third line now that has just formed right next to us. And they are preparing, if the first line is broken, the second line is broken. Plus, these are reinforcements who can come up and take the place of the front line to give them some relief so you don't have a long-term standoff. We're still hot here. Charlie. Or Charles. Sorry about that. Just making sure you knew. All right, yes, so to answer your question, Ron, there are still some protesters down there, and the police are not advancing, and that's different than last night where they kept advancing until there were other officers there to arrest them. Well, what we have right now is sort of a peaceful standoff, but make no mistake, the police are in charge of this ground right now. They have captured this ground, and they are in control of this ground, and these are classic battle tactics. There's just no other way to put it. Having been in combat, this is the way it works. You try to capture ground and then you try to hold it with as little attrition as possible. And at this point, we're not seeing anyone injured, which is extremely helpful. The gas definitely dispersed the crowd quickly, and then these police officers and National Guard soldiers moved in. We're just going to, guys, just for a second, we're going to give Charles' shoulder here a break and set up the tripod.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The one thing I wanted to point out here too, Brendan, I know we're talking about skirmish lines and throwing around all these different terms, is basically a line of battle. I mean, this is something that the military has dealt with for centuries, that this is the line of battle as we move forward, whether it's in the Civil War or the Revolutionary War, where everybody lines up and they call that the skirmish line. And it's the same tactic, military tactic. Just as you pointed out, you move forward, you hold the land, or you hold that little piece of territory or that geographical area, and then once you hold it, you move forward again. And you can't see this, Brendan, but now we see some officers on ATVs. They're on four-wheelers getting ready to move in as well. and making themselves a lot more mobile. We also see some bicycle units, APD bicycle units there as well, getting ready to move into position. Can you see the ATVs, and what role do you think they would play? Do you see them where you are?
No, we cannot. Let me draw the scene for you in ways the camera can't quickly pan, because I'm going to give you a 360 sort of verbal tour while Charles is holding this shot, because some of this can't be seen from the camera's view. Right now by Ted's Montana Grill, there is a line of National Guard soldiers advancing down Lucky Street. And so they are moving toward Ted Turner Boulevard. So they're expanding that cordon to the east. What we have now where I'm standing is several armored vehicles, SWAT vehicles, and the Georgia State Patrol in full battle rattle as a third line. Then you've got a second line of National Guard soldiers here where we are, which is what you're seeing now, and you also have then police. But again, it's all about body language. If you're looking here,
a big change from where we were at this point last night and Friday night as well.
And you wonder how much of that had to do with the communication from the city. The mayor said that she really wanted to make it a point of focus to communicate that there was a curfew, because when Atlanta police made some arrests last night, some of the people that were arrested told them they didn't know there was a curfew in place. So today, the city of Atlanta worked very hard to communicate that message. There were alerts that went out on most cell phones. There were billboards throughout the city and along the highways, and that was to try to prevent any miscommunication for causing arrests. Last night, there was a big miscommunication. A family who was in town visiting family who had no idea about the curfew went out to try to get diapers, and as Deborah Tuff reports, they were arrested in the middle of what was happening outside the CNN Center.
She had to wrap the baby last night in a towel because he didn't have diapers to keep him from being wet.
A mother forced to go without diapers after her fiance was arrested trying to go to the car to get them. The family in town to see the child's extended family in Georgia.
I'm super angry. I could not breathe. I haven't slept all night. I could not breathe.
This grandma, who lives out of state and is a longtime police officer herself, flew down to Georgia Sunday. She says her son doesn't have a record and says he was only doing what any good father would, trying to take care of his child.
They said they're charging everyone who broke the curfew with disorderly conduct.
The couple came to Georgia with their 5-month-old son so relatives could meet the baby. The family says they hung out for a while. Then the young couple took an almost 2-hour road trip back to their downtown Atlanta hotel. But when they got inside, realized they left the diaper bag in the car.
When he got outside, I called, he didn't answer. I found out they tear gassed the front of the hotel, took him, we found his phone outside.
The family says they called the Atlanta jail to find him, but alleged the staff became increasingly agitated because they said he wasn't there. But he was.
They put them under the wrong name.
What's even more frustrating for the new mom, grandma, and great-grandma, they say the baby suffered.
So no car, no milk for my baby, no food for my baby, no diapers, nothing.
And the family says they were unaware the city was shutting down.
He don't even know there's a curfew. But when you illegally arrest somebody, that's where I got a problem at. Now I got to get a lawyer. Now I got to get this off my son's record.
The family said bond was set at about $1,000. They say the hotel is working with them on resolving this, and this story is part of the reason the city went to great lengths today to make sure that it was communicated that the curfew did start at 9 o'clock. Throughout the course of the evening, there were thousands of protesters, and for the most part, it was peaceful tonight in Atlanta. There were a few moments where there were exchanges between protesters and police, and this is one of them. This was at about 8:45 on Marietta Street, very close to Centennial Olympic Park. That's when some objects were being thrown towards police, and it was the first moment in the evening that we saw Atlanta police officers put tear gas out towards protesters. Now, some of the smoke was going back towards police because our reporters on the ground saw that some protesters then picked up the tear gas canisters and threw them back towards police. At that point, Atlanta police started advancing down the street towards the group of protesters that were starting to build a barricade. So this was the moment where the confrontation started. This was at about 8:45 this evening, and this was the first moment we saw things take a turn. Again, I really want to stress that throughout many hours in the afternoon and evening, there were a lot of protesters, and it was peaceful. This was the moment where objects were being thrown, some tear gas started being tossed out, and protesters started to run. Some of our crews were caught in the middle of this. Rebecca Lindstrom was, and she said one protester grabbed her by the hand and led her out and then gave her milk and water to pour on her eyes to help her out. Everyone sort of coming together in that moment. So this were some of the scenes that we were seeing throughout the evening, Jennifer.
Yeah, a lot of ground to cover here. Let's take a look at some other things that we saw here over the course of this evening. Right there, we're still seeing some of the officers that are that were on the scene earlier today. This is something that we have seen and talked a lot about because it was very interesting there to see the protesters. It appears as if they were going into an area that was a construction site, bringing out barriers that were there into the street. We see some roadway construction materials and porta potties that were actually put on their sides, pieces of wood. There are about 2 barriers that were constructed there in the street by those protesters, maybe a couple of blocks away from where police had begun advancing on them. So this was after what we were just showing you. This happened further down along that street. But again, you see that the sidewalk was still open there. So we would see protesters still going back up towards the skirmish line with officers and then running back towards these areas where they had built these makeshift barriers. Not clear exactly what has happened with those at this point as it got dark and it was harder to see, but it did remain out there for quite some time as they build them there. You see them running, you see the flashes going on as they got closer and closer back to those police officers, but then you would see them running back towards those makeshift barriers down there close to Centennial Olympic Park.
In contrast to these moments that we have seen play out this evening and over the last two nights, the other thing that we have seen play out is people in Atlanta coming together to help out. We saw some damage at the Children's Museum last night and in that area. And just like we had seen happen on Saturday morning, people came out to help clean up the damage.
Overnight, vandals came in threw bricks, shattering the windows at the Children's Museum. The executive director says while the damage was heartbreaking, the volunteers who came to clean it up meant everything.
This is my community. This is my neighborhood. It's not just my Atlanta, but even more so, it's my community.
Former Falcons player Chris Draft says he thought it was important to attend the peaceful protest, but also important to clean up the morning after.
Beautiful protest of diverse people that went down to the Capitol building and came back. And unfortunately, in the evening, things went a different way.
He says he understands the anger in the community over George Floyd's death.
If we say equality, if we say that all men are created equal, then we recognize historically we've always had to fight for that. We always had to validate that.
He says he's encouraged so many people showed up to clean up the damage. Children's Museum Executive Director Jane Turner says she's thankful it wasn't worse.
Luckily, it's windows, it's rocks thrown into our lobby. None of the exhibits were compromised. And so if there's anything to be grateful for, that's what I'm grateful for.
She says she wants the museum to be a place people can gather and learn about each other as we learn a way forward.
The key is just that we are moving forward, that there's going to be progress. Unfortunately, within progress, there's going to be some negative things that happen along the way. So can we take the good and the bad?
He says if there's more damage tonight, they'll all be back to clean it up.
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem as if we have seen any damage. Brendan Keefe joining us now live from downtown Atlanta. Brendan, what is the scene as far as where you are right now?
Right now, you can see behind me, these are National Guard troops that are redeploying. What they're doing, let me walk this way so you can see. And Charles is free to pan beyond me. National Guard troops are redeploying. This is in front of the Ferris wheel, the Skyview Ferris wheel, and also the Tabernacle. This is Lucky Street, right near Ted's Montana Grill. They're tactically redeploying here. What essentially they're doing is, again, very well organized. They're moving the line where needed. I want to show you two things. I want to show you cause and effect. These are two things. Let me hold them out so Charles can get a shot. Sorry, I know you got to rack that focus. If you see this rock, this is a really big, hard rock, okay? And it's got an impact mark on it. So it's very clear this was thrown at someone. I got this right from the line where the line was when the smoke was fired earlier. This is clearly one of the things that some of the protesters were throwing at police, and we don't know exactly what this hit. Could have been the ground, could have been a shield, could have been a helmet. Okay, so that's that. That's cause, and here's effect. This is a CS canister. This is capsaicin stun. This is the gas that's used typically in what people refer to as mace. Mace is a very specific liquid that used to be used more often in the past. What's really used now is capstun or capsaicin stun. This is the, here, let me rack this here. I don't know if you can see that on the canister. That is, it says riot, let me see actually, because you can see it and I can't. Riot Control CS. So that's Riot Control Capstun. And if you look at the very top of it, you can see that it's burned. This was fired from a tear gas gun. It basically propels it in the air, it lands, and the contents are dispensed as a gas. That's what hit us. I was able to get my gas mask on very quickly. If you want to widen out, Charles, I'll show you how I did that. So what happened is Charles saw the gas coming. We weren't in the thick of it. It was coming around the corner because of the wind. And so he said, gas, gas, gas. I'm just going to kneel down for a second to show you. And I have my gas mask right here. It's on a hook. So me realize the gas is coming. I'm holding my breath. Okay, now before I put this on, I'm going to show you. You don't have a gas mask with the strap in the back here, because then you have to figure out a way to get it over your head while gas is coming at you. Instead, it's already ready to press against the face. So it's this, and then you go like this. And it's on. It's that fast. And then you have to reload it, basically get it back into that position, because these straps have to be redeployed to the front so that it's ready for the next interaction. Sorry, I'm turning the mic away there. That's basically how I was protected from this CS gas. Yeah, go ahead, guys.
You know, I was gonna point out too, Brendan. I've had experience with some CS as well. It really cleans out your sinuses, and it's a day starter. But anyway,
Sure
some
does.
of the gas or the canisters that you're seeing, some of the canisters, are some of them from the protesters as well? Because we saw protesters throw what appeared to be smoke canisters and possible CS, or commonly called tear gas canisters. Did you see that as well?
Yes, let me hook the mask back in the sort of ready position here. Apologize to be doing this on the air. There we go. So yes, there were canisters being thrown at the police. What I saw last night, because I was not up there when they were, where Faith and Rebecca were, but I was last night flying the drone. I saw two things. I saw fireworks being deployed at the police. They look like flashbangs, but they're not flashbang grenades, because they go off and they have sort of a pattern we're or used to seeing, rather, with fireworks. The other thing I saw was sort of smoke grenades. Anybody can buy a smoke grenade. Not everybody can buy Capstun, a CS gas canister like this. Be very surprised if this is incredibly easy to get. I could be wrong. Maybe we'll go on the internet and find out they're pretty easy to get. I did not see them doing this. What I did see them is picking them up and throwing them back last night. It's on our drone video where this is being deployed. Someone goes up, holds their breath, picks it up, and throws it back. So those were the three things that I saw last night. It's very possible, Ron, it was any one of those things. But you're right, this burns, and it's not something you're like, oh, I'm a tough guy, I can put up with it. You get hit with this, it is going to incapacitate you for a period of minutes, and that's obviously what gave police the upper hand tonight.
Yeah. Brendan, also, you can't see this in your screen. I'm not quite sure if you're close to it. Do you see any other National Guardsmen, any National Guard men and women there near your location? Because we're seeing them line up again. It's
Yes,
like maybe a squad of them, maybe 10 or 12 of them.
Yeah, let me move this way and I'll show you, since you're asking. Yes, here's some National Guard troops. In fact, if you want, I'll step out of the frame so you can see them. These are National Guard soldiers. They're essentially regrouping right now. What you're seeing right in front of us are the medics. These are the corpsmen. You can see they've got medical equipment, they've got gloves, they've got forceps. These are the heroes right here who save the soldiers that are injured on the battlefield. That's what they're trained to do. That's their military operational specialty. When you see soldiers, a lot of times you just see this camouflage. Each one of these soldiers, thanks for what you guys do. Each one of these soldiers has a MOS, military operational specialty. So, the old saying is every soldier's first MOS is infantry, but they also have other specialized tasks, military police, corpsmen. You've got people who are engineers. I personally went to war with combat engineers as an embedded reporter in Iraq twice, and I'll never go back with anything but engineers. Anything gets in your way, they blow it up, and when you get where you're going, they build you what you need. At any rate, yes, this National Guard here redeploying. You can see you got Humvees. You've got what's known as a 5-ton vehicle in the background, and a Deuce and a Half, which is a 2.5-ton military vehicle. These are all support vehicles, essentially. Most of these aren't even up armored. Some of them are. There's a Humvee there you can see has a snorkel. It can actually go almost all the way under the water and still operate. And that has some up armor, but the others have just Kevlar doors on them. But essentially, the National Guard
But it
right
seems
now
like they're just standing
is just
down.
regrouping. Everybody's sort of. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it just seems like they're all relaxed, just kind of in the chill mode right now.
Yes.
And just waiting for their next assignment.
Yes, they. You know, it's pretty amazing, Ron, the difference in a very short period of time here. We're talking about a little more than an hour ago. I was in a cloud of gas. You know, again, we have a very safe policy here at 11 Alive and at Tegna. Safety first. We were not in the thick of it. We were not in the line. We were not between the protesters and the police. But gas follows the wind. And once it hit me, I was already in it, and the protesters had dispersed. So I basically walked right into the cloud of gas, but I had a gas mask. That was just a little more than an hour ago, and now here we are. As you can see, these ATV state troopers, Department of Natural Resources officers. These are all Georgia state officers. They are relaxed on their ATVs. You know, essentially right now, no one's going home. It's probably going to be a long night. But where we are right now, the sort of central gathering point for protesters, it's over for now. And look, things could always change. They could regroup. I don't know if there's any chance, Charles, can you see with your camera down there by Ted's Montana Grill? I hate to keep directing the camera. I was once a full-time news photographer and went to the dark side of reporting and normally work alone. But basically, I hate to sort of order a photographer around having been one. If you look down there, that's the front door of Ted's Montana Grill. That's on Ted Turner Boulevard and Lucky Street. And those are National Guard soldiers who are sort of, that's one of the flanks where protesters could come back into this area. And every one of these streets has a gathering of either National Guard soldiers or police officers making sure that doesn't happen.
Well, Brendan, we really appreciate your knowledge and your perspective, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ron.
Wanted to share with you a moment that Rebecca Lindstrom captured, one of our reporters who was out in the field, and just share with you a little bit of what was happening just a little bit ago. There was a moment where police were talking to protesters saying, hey, it's curfew, you should go home. And there is some video that I just saw on Twitter of police and protesters shaking each other's hands, just agreeing that they would go home for the night, and it was a really striking moment, because I know that that curfew was put in place so that people on both sides would be safe, that police and protesters would both be safe. And it was just a small group, maybe 6 or 7 people in the middle of the street, and Atlanta police coming up to them and saying, do you know that there's a curfew? You're going to have to leave for the evening. And they shook hands and went on their way. Jennifer, it really stood out to me.
Yeah, I think those moments are really going to be defining, hopefully, as we go through. Some other shifts that we were seeing throughout the day, as one came from New Birth Missionary Baptist Church in DeKalb County. They were planning to hold a service earlier today, a drive-in worship service, but that turned into a peaceful demonstration. Our Jerry Carnes was there.
It was supposed to be so different. The first gathering at New Birth Missionary Baptist Church since a pandemic drove members apart was not supposed to be a protest.
Enough is enough.
Their cries for justice are loud and strong, and this, they say, is just the beginning. But they want it done the Atlanta way.
We do things peaceful here because of our background and our history.
New Birth pastor Jamal Bryant says the marches following the death of George Floyd must go on until there is change. But the images he saw of Friday night's looting and rioting disturb him.
Through marches, we've got the Civil Rights Act, we got the Fair Housing Act. We cannot find tangible evidence how riots has helped us progress as a people.
Atlanta is a city that stared down hate during the Civil Rights era, then declared itself too busy to hate. It became the focus of a peaceful movement. All around this city are reminders of a man who, without raising his fist, brought about lasting change. To many, Atlanta's past created a roadmap that can help resolve the conflicts of today. In the shadow of Dr. Martin Luther King's church, Joy Christina has placed a sign in the window of her business, hoping future protests spare her. She understands the anger.
We share the same struggles. We share the same sentiment. Hurting our business and vandalizing our business directly is against our mission of uplifting this black community.
DeKalb County CEO Michael Thurman says while rejecting acts of violence, community leaders must still hear the message that marches through the streets of Atlanta.
To come to a table of peace and understanding so that we can learn from each other, develop solutions.
New Birth's first gathering since March wasn't supposed to be this way. Members keep their distance thanks to the coronavirus, but they are united in protest. A peaceful protest done the Atlanta way.
As we've seen from the video the last couple of days, the protests here largely driven by Atlanta's youth. Tonight, Matt Pearl is looking into why this movement is resonating so much with the younger generation and the tension they face in how to protest.
Come here. Always standing around for a kumbaya. Ain't nobody coming to protect us.
This video from a protest in Charlotte has been shared tens of thousands of times through Atlanta and beyond.
He's 16. And they gonna kill him next week. He's 16. What we gonna do? You tell me.
Generations at a loss amidst a cycle they believe they can't stop.
What you see right now is gonna happen 10 years from now.
What I'm seeing are people that are hurting, people that are in pain, and they're processing their grief in very different ways.
There is a tension around what progress will look like and what it will take.
Even when we peacefully protest, we're taken to jail.
State Senator Nikema Williams says she wants people to turn their energy to the upcoming primary, but she won't criticize those who took out their anger on property.
I'm never going to compare a black life, or any life for that matter, to a building.
The real work happens when the cameras are gone.
ACLU of Georgia political director Chris Bruce has worked on the ground in Brunswick since the death of Ahmaud Arbery. Saturday, he offered pro bono legal services to anyone arrested peacefully protesting. But of those doing otherwise?
I'm not going to criticize anyone for the type of things that they're doing and the way that they decide on protesting.
Remember why we're here.
That tension has existed all weekend.
Remember why we're here.
On Saturday, Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics led a protest in Atlanta that he chose to be peaceful. But he also tweeted, "Do not confuse the response of the oppressed with the violence of the oppressor." During the fires Friday night, Killer Mike said this:
"It is your duty not to burn your own house down for anger with an enemy."
1 minute later.
So that's why children are burning to the ground. They don't know what else to do.
In terms of destroying property, that's not the narrative.
Teos Wynn of the Millennial Civil Rights Campaign did condemn the looting and burning, but for him and many others, what matters most is what comes next.
We can't just repeat actions that we've seen in the past. Given everything that's taken place, now what?
Ballot boxes, grassroots efforts, solutions that are visible, but for so many,
You're gonna be right here too.
so distant.
So what I need y'all to do right now at 16 is come up with a better way. Because how we doing it, it ain't working.
Well, the protests that we have seen here in Atlanta have spread beyond just the city into other communities here in Georgia. A recent Kennesaw State graduate decided to organize his own event because he was concerned the message behind this weekend's protest was getting lost. The results, several hundred students marching from the university to downtown Kennesaw. Police also joined in, holding back traffic and passing out water. But more importantly, they came to listen. One officer found himself surrounded by protesters with a lot of questions.
They want to hear that they have a voice, and we have to allow people to have that voice. They want to know that I'm condemning what went on this past week. I mean, George Floyd died at the hands of murderers, in my opinion.
We're trying to protest not hating anyone. We're trying to protest changing the culture. We're trying to protest, love, peace, prosperity.
Police spoke with protesters for about an hour. Everyone seemed grateful to be out there with one another, and many of the students say they have been waiting for a peaceful way to try and get involved to get their message out. One woman who was in downtown Atlanta Friday night says while they were both different, these two protests, they both served a purpose.
All right, I wanted to bring Ron Jones in now. If you're just joining us this evening, some significant developments when the mayor and the chief of police had a press conference today and announced that 2 Atlanta police officers were fired for excessive force because of an arrest that happened last night. A Spelman student and a Morehouse student were pulled from a car and arrested, and the body camera video was reviewed today with the mayor and the police chief, and Jennifer and Ron. After seeing that video, they both said that they needed to fire those 2 officers immediately.
Yeah, 3 other officers involved were put on desk duty, and they're going to continue to work through what happened and figure out if any additional action needs to be taken with this. But some swift action here from Mayor Bottoms and Chief Shields. Ron, what can you say about what you saw?
Well, you know, based upon what I saw, the video with the body camera video was similar to what we saw last night, just from our cameras, but it was a better perspective because you were right there seeing exactly what the officers were seeing. You were seeing it from their point of view, and as you can see, they fired a taser inside the vehicle, but also what we notice is both of the officers pulled out their handguns. Boom, they pull them both out. At any time you pull out your handguns, and I know I've pointed this out before, and I'm not trying to be a Monday morning quarterback for these officers because they all work very hard. But when you pull out your weapon, that means that you are ready to use deadly force. Not to wound someone, not to graze them, but to kill them, if necessary, if you feel like there is a potential threat there. And I have been through countless felony car stops where I've had to do just that, pull out my weapon, drag people out of vehicles, put them in handcuffs, and take them to jail. But you have to feel like there is a threat. So now the chief, based upon her experience and her training and her observation, and according to her, she says she watched that video over and over again for hours, her and also the mayor, and they concluded that it was excessive force. Now, both of these guys work in the fugitive unit, and just to put it into perspective, the fugitive unit, they go look for really bad men and women, usually guys, right? They look for really bad men and women. And so they're used to going in there, extracting people out of cars and homes and all of that. And I understand that. However, the chief said that they stepped over the line and they violated their standard operating procedures in the way that they conducted that stop.
And Chief Shields pointed out that given the moment we are all in Atlanta and in the country, she knew that she couldn't take a lot of time to make this decision. She said, here we are trying to establish some trust, to make changes in policing within each department. She said we have to do things differently and we have to rise to meet the standard. And while she and the mayor both acknowledged that the officers are under a lot of strain right now, they've had, things thrown at them and there's been confrontation, she said we have to take a stand and also really show this pledge to the public that we are going to do things different, saying that we cannot consistently be pardoned just because we are officers. Let's listen into a little bit of what they talked about today.
Sometime during the night, I saw a very disturbing video of 2 young college students who were in downtown Atlanta yesterday evening. And it was disturbing on many levels, the least of not which was that there clearly was an excessive use of force. We understand that our officers are working very long hours under an enormous amount of stress. But we also understand that the use of excessive force is never acceptable. After review of that footage, Chief Shields and I have made the determination that 2 of the officers involved in the incident last night will be terminated immediately. The other 3 officers are right now on desk duty, pending further determination of what, if any, appropriate action, disciplinary action should be taken against them. We have been handed an enormous obstacle and have
by and large, done it as well as we could in the space that we are being afforded. These folks are going out every day. They're getting pelted with rocks, knives thrown at them, ongoing gunshots. It's an unpleasant space to be in. But that does not relieve us of our responsibilities. And we have a responsibility when we handle any incident not to escalate the incident and not to further cause harm or injury.
recognized. And so if there's anything to be grateful for, that's what I'm grateful for.
She says she wants the museum to be a place people can gather and learn about each other as we learn a way forward.
The key is just that we are moving forward, that there's going to be progress. Unfortunately, within progress, there's going to be some negative things that happen along the way. So can we take the good and the bad?
He says if there's more damage tonight, they'll all be back to clean it up.
Live streams of Atlanta's biggest trials and more. Subscribe to 11 Alive today.
In times of great uncertainty, some things become more clear. The things we take for granted, the people we depend on daily. Here at 11 Alive, we'd like to say thank you. First responders, medical staff, sanitation workers, truck drivers, postal workers, and every brave Georgian doing their part to make a difference. We see you, we hear you, and we appreciate all that you do.
Let's start with a viral message going around. Quote,
all is quiet right now in downtown Atlanta, a stark contrast to a few hours ago, but 2.5 hours ago, the curfew went into effect set up by Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. There were some tense moments earlier in this third evening of protests. Protesters once again confronted police outside of Centennial Olympic Park, throwing bottles and some other objects. Right around 9 o'clock when the curfew started, police started using tear gas to enforce it. Protesters scattered, some were arrested, and then things started to calm down. Thanks for joining us. I'm Cheryl Preheim along with Jennifer Bellamy and Ron Jones. As demonstrations continue across the country, Atlanta again quiet as of now. How did we get here? Well, of course, they are protesting the death of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and many others, marching to speak out against police brutality, systematic racism, and calling for action, calling for change.
Our team coverage continues tonight with Rebecca Lindstrom in downtown Atlanta. Rebecca, tell us what you've seen and how this all kind of winded down this evening.
You can look behind me and see one of those billboards that was making sure people here in the crowd knew about the curfew, letting them know. But when I talked with folks here, whether they plan to leave at 9, we got very little response. Most people just taking a wait and see approach. Some saying, no, we have the right to be on these streets. We're going to stay out here. We're going to have our voices heard. But it was around 8:30 that you saw the mood really begin to change. You had the protesters that chose to throw water bottles, paper, other objects towards police, and they responded, as you said earlier, with that tear gas. And for the next hour, it was just kind of a back and forth of police trying to break up the crowds, trying to keep them into smaller groups. And as those groups got smaller and smaller throughout the evening, that's when you saw folks start to head home, start to leave downtown Atlanta. We did drive around 10:30 to see what was going on, a few blocks away from us, to see if that crowd had just pushed back. But instead, what we saw were a lot of empty streets. We saw some businesses that had security or employees standing along the street front to make sure that if anybody did come, that they would be there to say no, to block them from getting in. But right here, you're just seeing this has kind of been a command center for the past 45 minutes as the National Guard, as police have tried to assess what happened tonight and then decide if there were any places they needed to redeploy or go to. And instead, it seems like most of them have packed up, are heading out of this area, just leaving enough of a presence here so that if anyone thinks about coming back, they will know that there is still a presence in downtown Atlanta and they still are going to be keeping eyes on the street.
All right, Rebecca Lindstrom reporting from downtown Atlanta. Thank you so much. This is new video just into our newsroom from the Waffle House on Cortland and John Dodds, where police just arrested about 20 people there. We're now about 2.5 hours into the curfew here in the city of Atlanta. So these arrests taking place there again at that Waffle House downtown. That curfew does lift at sunrise tomorrow.
Right now, we're getting our first look at the body camera video that shows the arrest of 2 college students. Mayor Bottoms and APD Chief Erica Shields said this was excessive force. 2 officers are now fired. And 11 Alive Andy Parati was at that press conference today. He heard directly from the mayor and also the chief of police as well about why they made that decision. And we want to warn you that the video is graphic.
Messiah Young attempts to record cell phone video of someone screaming and on the ground under arrest. It's 9:45 Saturday night. An officer asks the Morehouse College student to drive away and then get out of the car. Young keeps going. Officer Ivory Streeter catches up with him. Another officer then starts hitting Young's car window with a baton. Open the window! On the other side of the car, officers surround Young's passenger, Tania Pilgrim, a Spelman University student. Officers ask her to get out, but the car is still moving, so Pilgrim pauses. Officer Mark Garner then deploys his taser. Back on the other side of the car, officers think Young is reaching for a gun. Seconds later, Officer Streeter fires off his taser, shocking Young for nearly 10 seconds. Young had no weapon.
We don't know what you hear. We hear a taser going off right now. We're not sure who's being tased.
11 Alive reporter Hope Ford witnessed it live.
Sorry about that. I just heard the officer say all you had to do was show your hands. You almost got shot.
And this was one that kept me up all night as well.
Chief Erica Shields took action quickly, firing Officer Streeter and Gardner on Sunday.
And as we watch the video today, it became abundantly clear immediately with the young woman that this force was excessive.
These are good guys. I know them as individuals. I've worked with the one for over 20 years. But they made that level of mistake that cannot be rolled back.
City officials asking for forgiveness while demonstrators continue to protest against similar police brutality.
And I know that we cause further fear to you in a space that's already so fearful for so many African Americans. And I am genuinely sorry. This is not who we are. This is not where we're about.
take a look at this video. A lot going on in downtown Atlanta tonight. At one point, protesters built a makeshift barrier to try to separate themselves from police. It looks like they were taking items, including porta potties, from a nearby construction area. It didn't last too long, though. Let's head out now to our Faith Abube, who had a close view, a close look at everything that was going on downtown. Faith, you were there for quite some time this evening and then into the night. What have you seen?
You know, we were literally there when the first canisters of tear gas and smoke bombs went off, literally right in front of us when all of that happened. Up until that point, things had been peaceful. And before I get into that, I just want you to take a look over here into that parking lot. The guards are getting back into their vehicles and they're clearing out of the downtown area. We've seen several vehicles with the guardsmen in it, and they've rolled out of here, and now the last few of them that are left here in this area are boarding a bus and some of the armored vehicles, and they're getting in line ready to move out of here. From our vantage point, this should make up for the last of the guardsmen moving out. That should make up for the last of them. We don't see any police officers right now, so it seems things are winding down here in our area, right across from, actually we're literally under the Ferris wheel, right across from Centennial Olympic Park. But earlier today, I know we've talked a lot about the protesters today and how things quickly deteriorated into violence this evening, but nothing compared to what we saw on Friday or even yesterday. But I also want to focus on how peaceful things were for several hours before it got to that point. When we first got here, we talked to a group called One Race, and that group was just a group of protesters who were people of faith. They gathered here literally across from me where you see the one-way sign across the street. They gathered there first, said their prayers, sang a few songs, and basically walked up to the corner of Marietta and Olympic, the Centennial Olympic Park corner there, and then prayed some more and then danced. And that's how it was for several hours this evening until things just got out of control right before the curfew. So I just wanted to remind folks that there were people here who were peaceful all evening for several hours, and were encouraging other people to be peaceful as well.
Yeah, there are some positive people out there as well. You're right there, Faith. Thank you. Thank you. An Atlanta police officer is recovering tonight after he was struck by an ATV. We saw it live on the air. It happened Saturday night as he was responding to the protest. So in the last hour, we got an update on Officer Maximilian Brewer. He's out of surgery and he's in the ICU at Grady Hospital. There's his picture there. Mayor Bottom says that he's been with the department for 18 years. Officer Brewer was standing right next to his motorcycle as the ATV was speeding down the roadway. The rider was thrown from the ATV, suffered minor injuries. The officer's legs were badly hurt in this crash. Here's more now from Mayor Bottoms earlier.
Investigator Maximus Brewer, he was injured during a collision with an ATV. Last night, he remains in ICU, and we ask that you keep him in your thoughts and prayers. He has a long road to recovery.
By the way, Atlanta police say the ATV driver is identified as 42-year-old Avery Goggins. He's facing several charges, including DUI and reckless driving.
We did not see as many arrests tonight as last night once the curfew went into effect at 9 o'clock. The city of Atlanta sent text alerts and put up billboards so people would know about the curfew. 157 people were taken into custody on Saturday night, and some told police they didn't know about the curfew. Among them, a father who was staying at a hotel downtown and was just going to the car to get diapers for his child. Deborah Tuff talked to the family.
She had to wipe the baby last night in a towel because he didn't have diapers to keep him from being wet.
A mother forced to go without diapers after her fiance was arrested trying to go to the car to get them. The family in town to see the child's extended family in Georgia.
I'm super angry. I could not breathe. I haven't slept all night. I could not breathe.
This grandma, who lives out of state and is a longtime police officer herself, flew down to Georgia Sunday. She says Her son doesn't have a record and says he was only doing what any good father would, trying to take care of his child.
They said they're charging everyone who broke the curfew with disorderly conduct.
The couple came to Georgia with their 5-month-old son so relatives could meet the baby. The family says they hung out for a while. Then the young couple took an almost 2-hour road trip back to their downtown Atlanta hotel. But when they got inside, realized they left the diaper bag in the car.
When he got outside, I called, he didn't answer. I found out they tear gassed the front of the hotel, took him, we found his phone outside.
The family says they called the Atlanta jail to find him, but alleged the staff became increasingly agitated because they said he wasn't there, but he was.
They booked him under the wrong name. And
what's even more frustrating for the new mom, grandma, and great-grandma, they say the baby suffered.
Oh, no car, no milk for my baby, no food for my baby, no diapers, nothing.
And the family says they were unaware the city was shutting down.
He don't even know there's a curfew. But when you illegally arrest somebody, that's where I got a problem at. Now I got to get a lawyer. Now I got to get this off my son's record.
The family says bond was set at $1,000 and say the hotel is working with them to resolve it. We'll be right back.
In times of great uncertainty, some things become more clear. The things we take for granted, the people we depend on daily. Here at 11 Alive, we'd like to say thank you. First responders, medical staff, sanitation workers, truck drivers, postal workers, and every brave Georgian doing their part to make a difference. We see you, we hear you, and we appreciate all that you do.
Let's start with a viral message going around. Quote, vast majority of people who died had ibuprofen Advil in their system. This message is fake.
We just bought 20 dust masks for $97.
Are you doing this to help people or are you doing this to make money or both?
Both. Take this email sent to the Verify team. Is it safe to have your house cleaned by outside workers? The best practice is to limit guests to emergencies only.
We know things are changing every day, but we're here with you. Continuous COVID-19 coverage during prime time. We're committed to giving you facts, not fear. On 11 Alive News Primetime, weeknights from 8 to 11 on WATF.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
We answer your coronavirus-related medical questions. Because 11 Alive is where Atlanta speaks.
Televised newscasts not enough for you? Get even more at 11 Alive's YouTube channel, where you'll find uncut interviews, extended body cam footage, live streams of Atlanta's biggest trials, and more. Subscribe to 11 Alive today.
A moment to share between a police officer and a protester in Atlanta today. After a conversation, the police officer just gave her a big hug, and 11 Alive reporter Rebecca Lindstrom was standing there to capture the moment. Most of the afternoon and evening were peaceful, except for a few tense moments as it got closer to that 9 o'clock curfew. Brendan Keefe was right up close and personal as some tear gas was started to be thrown towards protesters, and protesters threw some things back at some officers.
Yeah, they sure did, Cheryl. First, we have to take a moment just to look behind me. Let me step out of the frame so you can see. This is Centennial Olympic Boulevard. It's empty right now. This is where it all went down. This was the center of everything. The road is actually now reopened. We've seen some cars moving down here. But let's first look off to the right here. You can see these porta potties. Those were part of those were essentially part of a barricade, a makeshift barricade that the protesters put up. This is different than last night. I had said earlier that the one thing I expected them to change their tactics. They actually did change their tactics in that they put up a barricade so that when they were forced back here by the tear gas, when the police officers and National Guard members were storming toward them, essentially they had a barricade set up, but the gas overtook them. A much calmer night really than last night and far calmer than the night before. It seems as though they had their tactics in order, and we did not see many people hurt or even arrested for that matter. Let's put it this way. Some National Guard soldiers and police officers are going home safe and alive tonight, and the same can be said for a whole bunch of protesters, and for that we should be grateful. Many blessings tonight.
Brendan, thank you. This was the scene earlier this evening. Protesters in Midtown amassing on the 17th Street Bridge, lying on the pavement, quietly protesting, saying the last words of George Floyd, "I can't breathe." It was a peaceful protest there on the 17th Street Bridge. We'll be right back.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
We answer your coronavirus-related medical questions. Because 11 Alive is where Atlanta speaks.
Televised newscasts not enough for you? Get even more at 11 Alive's YouTube channel, where you'll find uncut interviews, extended body cam footage, live streams of Atlanta's biggest trials, and more. Subscribe to 11 Alive today.
Let's start with a viral message going around. Quote, vast majority of people who died had ibuprofen Advil in their system. This message is fake.
We just bought 20 dust masks for $97.
Are you doing this to help people, or are you doing this to make money, or both?
Both. Take this email sent to the Verify team. Is it safe to have your house cleaned by outside workers? The best practice is to limit guests to emergencies only.
We know things are changing every day, but we're here with you. Continuous COVID-19 coverage during prime time. We're committed to giving you facts, not fear. On 11 Alive News Prime Time, weeknights from 8 to 11 on WATF.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
We answer your coronavirus-related medical questions. Because 11 Alive is where Atlanta speaks.
Televised newscasts not enough for you? Get even more at 11 Alive's YouTube channel, where you'll find uncut interviews, extended body cam footage, live streams of Atlanta's biggest trials, and more. Subscribe to 11 Alive today.
Another day of high tension and violence across the country. Curfews in effect in cities from LA to New York, including Atlanta, Athens, Savannah here in Georgia, as tens of thousands continue what has been a week of protests, many turning violent and destructive after the death of George Floyd while in police custody. Jay Gray is in Minneapolis.
Another night of angry crowds and chaos across the country. Tens of thousands gathering throughout the day from Los Angeles through New York. Most of the marches calm and controlled. Protesters demanding justice and change.
It's so moving, it's so inspiring to really exercise our First Amendment and do so in a peaceful, powerful way.
Honoring the memory of George Floyd, who died with a Minnesota police officer's knee across his neck.
How long can you be peaceful when your people are dying?
Still, in most every city, it seems, there are groups that aren't interested in keeping the peace. Buildings, cars, and police cruisers torched, windows shattered, businesses looted and trashed. Police literally pushing back. One officer pulling the mask off a protester and spraying mace. 2 patrolmen in Atlanta fired after pulling 2 college students from their car. And this tanker barreling into a crowd on this Minneapolis highway. Somehow, no one seriously injured. Police rushing in and arresting the driver.
I think the incident just underscores still the volatile situation we have out there.
A situation that has the country on edge.
We'll be right back.
Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Today at noon on 11 Alive.
We are seeing that lack of smell or altered taste can be a symptom.
We answer your coronavirus-related medical questions. Because 11 Alive is where Atlanta speaks.
Televised newscasts not enough for you? Get even more at 11 Alive's YouTube channel, where you'll find uncut interviews, extended body cam footage, live streams of Atlanta's biggest trials, and more. Subscribe to 11 Alive today.
In times of great uncertainty, some things become more clear. The things we take for granted, the people we depend on daily. Here at 11 Alive, we'd like to say thank you. First responders, medical staff, sanitation workers, truck drivers, postal workers, and every brave Georgian doing their part to make a difference. We see you, we hear you, and we appreciate all that you do.
Let's start with a viral message going around. Quote, vast majority of people who died had ibuprofen Advil in their system. This message is fake.
We just bought 20 dust masks for $97.
Are you doing this to help people, or are you doing this to make money, or both?
Both. Take this email sent to the Verify team. Is it?
You know, our crews have not seen a lot of damage tonight, but last night, a totally different story, even though there were a lot of peaceful protests. A lot of vandalism, a lot of windows smashed out at the American Cancer Society and Children's Museum of Atlanta. But at the same time, for the second straight day, people responded in a positive way. Here's Caitlin Ross.
Overnight, vandals came in through bricks, shattering the windows at the Children's Museum.